Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, Stories for Sleep. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. The Archivist's Burden. The first photograph appeared on my desk on a Tuesday morning in October. I remember the exact moment because I had just finished cataloging a collection of Civil War letters, my specialty as head archivist at the Whitmore Historical Society. The photograph shouldn't have been remarkable. A black and white portrait of a young woman circa 1940s, her eyes downcast and hands folded primly in her lap. But something about it made my skin crawl. I've spent 20 years handling historical artifacts, learning to read the stories they tell beyond their physical presence. This photograph felt wrong. Not damaged or fraudulent. I've encountered plenty of those. But wrong in a way that defied professional explanation. The woman's pose was too still, her shadow too dark against the backdrop, and her hands. I could have sworn they were in a slightly different position each time I looked away and back. "Margaret?" I called out to my assistant but received no response. Right. She had taken a personal day. I was alone in the archive's basement office, surrounded by climate-controlled storage rooms and the gentle hum of dehumidifiers. I checked our acquisition records but found no entry for the photograph. This wasn't entirely unusual. We sometimes received anonymous donations through our mail slot. I created a new entry following standard cataloging procedure. My hands trembled slightly as I measured the photograph's dimensions. 8x10 inches, standard size. The paper was period appropriate, showing expected signs of age. When I looked up from my notes, there was a second photograph on my desk. I froze, pen hovering above paper. This one showed the same woman, but from a different angle. Her head was turned slightly to the right, and though her eyes were still downcast, a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. The shadow behind her had grown larger, spreading across the backdrop like an ink stain. I am not a fanciful person. My profession demands rigorous attention to detail and skepticism toward unprovable claims. I've debunked countless stories of haunted artifacts and cursed heirlooms. But in that moment, I felt something I hadn't experienced since childhood, pure, irrational terror. I forced myself to remain calm and logical. Someone must have placed the second photograph there while I was distracted with cataloging. But I hadn't heard footsteps on the creaking floorboards. Hadn't felt the characteristic draft when the basement door opened. The phone on my desk rang, making me jump. I answered with hands that were definitely shaking now. Whitmore Historical Society. This is Daniel speaking. Static crackled on the line. Through it I heard what sounded like an old recording of orchestral music, the kind played on a phonograph. A woman's voice, distant and distorted. "Have you seen them yet?" "I'm sorry. Who is this?" "The collection needs to be complete." The music grew louder, brass instruments distorting into something that sounded like screaming. "She's been waiting so long." The line went dead. When I looked back at my desk, there were 4 photographs. In the third, the woman's head was raised, but her face was obscured by shadow. The fourth showed her standing, her dress rippling as if caught in a breeze, though the backdrop remained perfectly still. The shadow behind her had taken on a vaguely human shape, reaching toward her with elongated fingers. I should have left, should have walked out of that basement and never returned. But archivists have a duty to preserve history, to maintain order in the face of chaos. And beneath my fear was a familiar, scholarly curiosity. Who was this woman? What was the significance of these photographs? How were they appearing on my desk? I began to research. The woman's clothing and hairstyle suggested the photographs were taken between 1943 and 1945. The backdrop and lighting setup matched the style of Marcus Sullivan, a photographer who operated a studio in downtown Whitmore during that period. Sullivan was known for his innovative techniques and had a particular interest in capturing movement in still photographs. He also disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1945, leaving behind a fully equipped studio but no traces of his work. The police investigation found all of his photographs and negatives had been destroyed, the ashes still warm in his fireplace when they arrived. As I read the newspaper archive's account of Sullivan's disappearance, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The article mentioned his last known client, Miss Eleanor Reed, age 23, who sat for a portrait session on the morning of Sullivan's disappearance. When questioned, Miss Reed claimed to have no memory of the session, though multiple witnesses saw her enter the studio. She was cleared of any involvement, but suffered a nervous breakdown and was institutionalized 2 weeks later. I looked up from the microfilm reader. 8 photographs now covered my desk. In each successive image, the woman, Eleanor, was closer to the camera. Her smile had widened into something that stretched too far across her face. The shadow behind her had resolved into a dark figure that exactly matched her pose, like a 3-dimensional silhouette trying to peel itself away. The air in the basement felt thick, heavy with the scent of photographic chemicals. The humming of the dehumidifiers had taken on a rhythmic quality that reminded me of the orchestral music from the phone call. I reached for the newest photograph with trembling fingers. The moment I touched it, every light in the basement flickered and died, leaving only the red glow of the emergency exit signs. In that crimson illumination, I saw that the photographs had changed. Eleanor was looking directly at the camera now, her eyes wide and pleading. The shadow figure had wrapped its arms around her waist, its head inclined toward her neck. And then, in the darkness between one emergency light and the next, I heard it, the whir and click of a camera shutter, again and again. Each sound brought a burst of phantom flashbulb light that burned after images into my vision. When my eyes adjusted, the photographs had multiplied. They covered my desk, spilled onto the floor, plastered themselves across the walls. Hundreds of Eleanors stared at me, their expressions progressing from fear to resignation to something else entirely. In each image, the shadow figure grew more substantial, more real, while Eleanor became increasingly transparent, like a double exposure slowly fading away. The temperature plummeted. My breath fogged in the air as I stumbled backward, knocking over a stack of archival boxes. The crash echoed through the basement, but beneath it, I heard something else. The scratch of a phonograph needle, followed by that distant orchestral music. The collection must be complete. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, Eleanor's and not Eleanor's, a chorus of whispers that made my teeth ache. The emergency lights flickered faster now, strobe-like bursts that transformed the basement into a makeshift darkroom. In those fractional seconds of illumination, I saw them. Figures stepping out of the photographs, Eleanor and her shadow multiplied into a crowd of identical pairs. They moved with jerky, stop-motion precision, like subjects in an early motion study. With each step, The shadow figures grew more solid while the Eleanors became increasingly ghost-like. I ran for the stairs, but they were blocked by a wall of photographs that hadn't been there moments before. Each one showed the same scene, the basement, from every conceivable angle, with me at the center. And in every image, standing just behind me, was a shadow that didn't match my pose. The whirring of camera shutters reached a deafening crescendo. The emergency lights exploded in a shower of sparks and glass. In the total darkness that followed, I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, like fingers made a photographic negative. "Your turn," Eleanor's voice whispered, her breath like chemical fixer against my ear. "The artist needs new subjects." The last thing I saw before the flashbulb went off was my own shadow, standing 3 feet away, smiling back at me. They found me the next morning when Margaret came into work. I was sitting at my desk, apparently cataloging a collection of photographs that didn't exist. The doctors called it a psychotic break brought on by prolonged isolation and archival gases. They said I was lucky. Most of the other victims of the Whitmore photography incident didn't survive their encounters. I've been in this institution for 3 months now. The medication helps with the tremors, but nothing can erase what I saw, what I became. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, my reflection moves a fraction of a second too late. My shadow falls in impossible directions, no matter where the light source is, and the photographs keep appearing. On my bedside table, under my pillow, tucked into my case file. Always the same progression, always ending with a new subject. The collection grows, one portrait at a time. I know how this story ends. I've seen it play out in silver halide and shadow, frozen in countless variations. The artist is patient. The camera is always watching. And somewhere in that basement archive, in a box that can't be found but can't be destroyed, the negatives are waiting to be developed. Here's the truth I've learned too late. Some histories shouldn't be preserved. Some stories are meant to fade away, like old photographs left in sunlight. But art is permanent, and shadows never truly disappear. They just find new subjects to cast them. I have to go now. The orderly is here with my medication, but his shadow is walking in the wrong direction. And I swear I can hear very faintly the sound of orchestral music playing on an antique phonograph. Click, the haunted doll. The doll's eyes haunted me before I even knew its story. They were glassy, unsettling, and seemed to follow me as I browsed the tables of trinkets and antiques at the garage sale. I'm no stranger to collecting oddities, items with history, pieces that seem to whisper tales of a bygone era. This doll, however, was different. It was exquisite, its porcelain face delicately painted, its dress made of faded lace, and its hair curled in a way that hinted at meticulous craftsmanship. Yet there was something unnerving about it that I couldn't place. When I asked the seller how much she wanted for it, her eyes widened. She stammered out a price so low that I couldn't help but feel suspicious. I need it gone," she murmured almost too quietly to hear. For someone who seemed desperate, she hesitated for a long moment before handing it over, her fingers trembling slightly as they brushed mine. That night, I set the doll on the shelf in my study. It was a prominent spot, surrounded by other antiques, but it felt like the doll demanded to be there, almost as if it had chosen its place among my collection. I worked late that evening, sorting through papers for an upcoming project. The faint ticking of a nearby clock was the only sound until my phone rang. I glanced at the screen. No caller ID. Hesitating, I answered. Nothing. Just static. Then faintly, as if from a great distance, a sound like laughter, childlike, high-pitched, and fleeting. I hung up, shook off the unease creeping up my spine, and returned to my work. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the memory of that sound. The next few days were uneventful, or at least I convinced myself they were. The lights in my study flickered every so often, but it was an old house, prone to quirks and electrical issues. The doll's presence, however, felt heavier. It wasn't just its physical weight. It seemed to occupy space in a way that was impossible to ignore. Every time I entered the room, my eyes were drawn to it, its gaze almost magnetic. One morning I woke to find it had moved. At first I thought I was mistaken. It had been on the shelf the night before, but now it sat at the foot of my bed. Its lifeless glass eyes stared directly into mine, and one porcelain hand was extended, its finger pointed accusingly at my chest. My breath hitched, and my heart raced. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had moved it and forgotten. Maybe someone else had, though I lived alone. I placed it back on the shelf that morning, determined to put the incident out of my mind. Still, I couldn't help but notice the growing sense of dread that seemed to radiate from the doll. It was as if the air around it had grown colder, heavier, more oppressive. The breaking point came 3 nights later. I was jolted awake by the unmistakable sound of laughter. It was faint but clear, echoing through the otherwise silent house. My bedroom door creaked open on its own, and I swear I saw a shadow dart across the hallway. Trembling, I grabbed a flashlight and crept downstairs to the study. The doll wasn't on the shelf. I found it sitting on my desk, its head tilted slightly as if it were studying me. Its expression seemed almost mocking now, its delicate features twisted into something sinister. My instincts screamed at me to destroy it, but I hesitated. I couldn't bring myself to act. Instead, I grabbed a blanket from the couch and spent the night huddled in the living room, unable to close my eyes. The next morning, I took the doll to the local church. The priest was a kind man, someone I had spoken to a few times before, and I hoped he could offer a solution. As I explained the events, his expression grew grim. When I placed the doll on the table before him, he refused to touch it. "This isn't something we can help with," he said, his voice low and steady. "You need to get rid of it." "What do you mean?" I asked, panic rising. "Burn it? Throw it away?" He shook his head. "It's not that simple. Be careful how you proceed." Desperate, I decided to bury the doll in my backyard. I dug a deep hole beneath the gnarled oak tree at the edge of the property, placed the doll inside, and covered it with soil. For a moment I felt relief, as if I had finally rid myself of the strange and terrible presence that had invaded my life. That night, I slept peacefully for the first time in days. But it didn't last. The faint laughter returned, drifting through the house in the early hours of the morning. It was accompanied by the sound of small, deliberate footsteps. When I investigated, I found nothing out of place, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A week later, I noticed a patch of earth beneath the oak tree that seemed disturbed, as if something had clawed its way out. I refused to go near it, convinced that acknowledging it would give whatever malevolent force inhabited the doll more power. Since then, my nights have been plagued by nightmares, visions of the doll standing at the foot of my bed, its hand pointing at me, its glassy eyes filled with malice. Sometimes I wake to find faint scratches on my arms, marks that weren't there when I went to sleep. I've tried everything: burning sage, consulting psychics, even moving the bed away from the window. Nothing works. The doll's presence is relentless, its influence seeping into every corner of my life. I've become paranoid, jumpy, and reclusive. Friends and family have noticed the change, but how can I explain it to them without sounding insane? I'm writing this now as a warning to anyone who might come across an object that feels wrong. Trust your instincts. Don't let curiosity or the allure of a bargain blind you to the danger. Some things are better left alone, their histories buried and forgotten. The laughter is louder tonight, and the shadows seem to move on their own. I know it's only a matter of time before the doll returns. Maybe it never really left. All I can do now is wait and hope that my story serves as a cautionary tale. If you hear faint laughter in the night, or feel a chill that has no explanation, don't ignore it. It might already be too late for me, but maybe it isn't for you. The traffic stop. Officer David James had worked the graveyard shift along Route 43 for nearly 7 years. The stretch of highway cutting through dense pine forest was notorious for drunk drivers, especially after midnight. But in all his years of service, he'd never encountered anything quite like what happened on that moonless October night. The first peculiarity was the silence. Usually the night hummed with crickets and the occasional hoot of a barred owl. But as James's cruiser idled at the turnout near mile marker 217, an unnatural stillness pressed against his eardrums. Even the wind seemed to have abandoned the pines. His radar gun registered a black sedan doing 62 in a 55. As the car passed, James noticed the passenger side taillight was out. A routine stop, the kind he'd done thousands of times before. He flicked on his lights and pulled out behind the vehicle. The sedan took longer than usual to respond, continuing for almost half a mile before finally pulling onto the shoulder. James approached with his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, noting how the black paint seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The windows were tinted, but within legal limits. "License and registration," James said, keeping his voice steady despite an inexplicable urge to turn and run. The driver's window descended with painful slowness, releasing a blast of cold air that made James's eyes water. The interior smelled of wet earth and something else, something chemical and medicinal, that reminded him of his father's last days in the hospital. The driver was a middle-aged man in a charcoal suit. His skin had an odd, waxy quality under the flashlight beam, but his license photo was a perfect match. James Sullivan, 47, organ donor. Everything appeared to be in order, yet James's patrol-honed instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. "Do you know why I pulled you over tonight, Mr. Sullivan?" The man's head turned with mechanical precision. His smile revealed too many teeth. "No, officer. Is there a problem?" James's flashlight beam wavered. "Your passenger side taillight is out. I'll need to write you a fix-it ticket." "That's impossible," Sullivan replied, his smile unchanging. "I just had them checked last week." The conversation continued with the same surreal quality, everything technically correct but fundamentally wrong, like a photo negative of reality. James wrote the ticket with trembling hands, his pen leaving dark grooves in the paper. As he handed over the citation, Sullivan's fingers brushed against his. They were ice cold and slightly tacky, like leather left out in the rain. "Have a good night, Officer James," Sullivan said, though James hadn't given his name. James hurried back to his cruiser, fighting the urge to wipe his hand on his uniform. As he watched the sedan pull away, its functioning taillights blazed an impossible crimson in the darkness. Wait. Both taillights were working perfectly. James's radio crackled to life, making him jump. Dispatch wanted him to run the plates. Standard procedure. He called them in, his mouth dry. The response came back garbled at first, forcing the dispatcher to repeat herself. Unit 417, be advised. That vehicle was reported totaled in 2014, impounded and scrapped following a fatal accident. The registered owner, James Sullivan, was declared dead at the scene. James's blood turned to ice water in his veins. He immediately hit his lights and sirens, accelerating after the sedan. But the highway ahead was empty in both directions. The black car had vanished. Back at the station, James's supervisor called him into his office. "We need to talk about what happened tonight." "I know how it sounds," James began, but the sergeant held up a hand. "We pulled your dash cam footage." The older man's face was grave. "David, there was no car." James watched in horror as the video played on the sergeant's computer. It showed his cruiser pulling over on the empty highway. The camera captured him walking out into the darkness, standing still for 12 minutes while apparently speaking to thin air. His flashlight beam illuminated nothing but swirling mist and empty asphalt. That was 3 weeks ago. James hasn't returned to work since that night. He requested indefinite leave, citing personal reasons. But the truth is, he can't bring himself to drive that stretch of Route 43 again. Not after what he discovered during his obsessive research into the accident that claimed James Sullivan's life. The papers called it a tragic drunk driving incident. Sullivan had been heading home from a late meeting when his sedan veered off the road near mile marker 217. The car flipped several times before coming to rest against a stand of pines. Sullivan was partially ejected through the windshield. He remained conscious long enough to give a statement to the first officer on scene. The responding officer that night? A rookie named David James, working his very first graveyard shift. In his incident report, James wrote that Sullivan kept apologizing, saying he should have noticed his taillight was out. The report also noted that James had tried to comfort the dying man, promising to stay with him until the ambulance arrived. But James has no memory of that night. None at all. The first year of his service is a complete blank in his mind, as if something reached in and carefully excised those memories, leaving behind nothing but shadows and the lingering scent of wet earth. Last week, James finally worked up the courage to visit the accident site. The old skid marks have long since faded, and new saplings have begun to reclaim the small clearing where Sullivan's car came to rest. But as James stood there in the weak autumn sunlight, something caught his eye, a glint of metal half buried in the soil. He dug it up with trembling hands, a police badge, caked with dried mud and what might have been blood. The number was still legible despite years of exposure to the elements. It was his badge, the one he'd lost during his first year on the force, the one he'd had to replace but could never remember losing. James sits in his dark apartment now, staring at the badge and trying to piece together the truth. Every night, he dreams of standing on that empty highway, watching headlights approach through the mist. In the dreams, he's the one behind the wheel of a black sedan, and a young officer named David James is walking toward his window with a flashlight beam that illuminates nothing at all. He knows he should tell someone what he's discovered, should warn them about what happens on that stretch of Route 43 when the night grows too quiet and the darkness seems to pulse with its own heartbeat. But who would believe him? Besides, he's beginning to understand now, beginning to remember fragments of that lost year, like shards of a broken mirror slowly being pieced back together. He remembers the sound of tearing metal and breaking glass, remembers the taste of copper in his mouth and the feeling of cold asphalt against his cheek, remembers a kind young officer who held his hand and promised to stay, even as the ambulance sirens wailed in the distance and the world grew dim around the edges. Most of all, he remembers the guilt, the soul-crushing weight of it, because there was something else in his original incident report, something that's been eating away at his subconscious for 10 years, like a cancer. When Sullivan apologized for his tail light, James had assured him it was working fine, had even walked around to check, just to give the dying man some peace of mind. Both tail lights were functioning perfectly that night, just like they were 3 weeks ago, when James pulled over a black sedan driven by a man with too many teeth and cold, tacky hands. James's phone buzzes, making him flinch. It's a text from an unknown number. "Time to collect, rookie." The message is time-stamped 10:17 p.m., exactly when he'd first spotted the black sedan 3 weeks ago, exactly when Sullivan's accident occurred 10 years ago. As he stares at his phone's screen, another text appears. "Your tail light's out." James's hands shake as he dials dispatch. The phone only emits a low, wet, gurgling sound, like someone drowning in mud. The smell of wet earth and antiseptic suddenly fills his apartment, and the temperature plummets. "No," James whispers, backing away from the window. Through the gap in his curtains, he can see the street below. A black sedan idles there, both taillights blazing an impossible crimson in the darkness. Its engine growls like something from the depths of hell. James runs for his bedroom, but his legs won't work right. Each step feels like moving through tar. He reaches for his service weapon, but his fingers pass right through it as if it's made of smoke. "You promised?" Sullivan's voice whispers from every corner of the room. "You promised you wouldn't let me drive alone." I was trying to comfort a dying man," James shouts into the darkness. "I didn't mean—" "But you promised," the voice interrupts, closer now. The smell of rot in hospital corridors grows overwhelming, and now it's time to pay. James tries to scream as invisible hands grasp his shoulders, their touch cold and tacky like old leather left in the rain. But no sound comes out. His body moves against his will, walking puppet-like toward the door. His old badge, still caked with mud from that fatal night, slides across the coffee table on its own and into his pocket. It feels impossibly heavy, like it's made of black holes and broken promises. "Please," James begs as his feet carry him down the stairs. "I have a family, a life. You can't—" "I had those too," Sullivan's voice hisses in his ear. "Before the crash, before you made your promise." The black sedan's passenger door swings open by itself. The interior smells of grave dirt and formaldehyde, and the man behind the wheel smiles with too many teeth, far too many, row upon rotting row disappearing down his throat like a shark's maw. "No, please," James struggles, but his body moves inexorably forward. His muscles respond only to Sullivan's will now. "Someone help me." "Nobody can hear you," Sullivan says, his leather-textured fingers drumming on the steering wheel. "Nobody could hear me that night either. Just you. Just the rookie who promised to stay." James's body slides into the passenger seat against his will, his old mud-stained badge burning cold in his pocket like a chunk of ice. "How long?" he manages to whisper. Sullivan's impossible smile widens. "Forever, partner. We have so many more traffic stops to make." The sedan pulls away from the curb, its taillights cutting bloody swaths through the darkness. Tomorrow, someone will find James's apartment empty, his service weapon and current badge still on the coffee table next to his phone. The screen will show a final, unsent text: "Help me." But tonight belongs to Route 43. Tonight belongs to the endless dark and the promises we make without understanding their cost, to the debts that come due when the crickets fall silent and the shadows grow teeth. Somewhere ahead, another young officer is starting their first graveyard shift. They're parked at mile marker 217, watching the empty highway and wondering why the night feels so strange, so hungry. Their radar gun will soon register a black sedan doing 62 in a 55, and they'll see two men in the front seat, one with too many teeth, and one whose eyes silently scream for help that will never come. Because some promises bind us whether we want them to or not. Some nights never really end. They just keep repeating, like an endless loop of dashcam footage showing nothing but mist and darkness and the price we pay for the words we can never take back. Have a good night, officer. And remember, never make promises to the dying. They have nothing left to lose and eternity to collect. The passenger. I can still hear the rain pounding against the windshield, like 1,000 desperate fingers tapping to be let in. That night, the sky was a bruise, swollen and blackened, and the roads glistened like they were made of obsidian. I hadn't planned to be out so late, but plans have a way of unraveling when you least expect it. I was driving back from a work meeting that had run longer than it should have, and the weather had taken a turn for the apocalyptic. The radio crackled intermittently, the storm's interference punctuating the static like ghostly whispers. I kept my focus on the winding road, the beams of my headlights slicing through the torrent, when I saw her. She was standing by the side of the road, a pale silhouette against the darkness, drenched and shivering. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, a shadow cast by the rain, a trick of the headlights. But as I drew closer, her form sharpened. A young woman, no older than her early 20s, wearing a dress that clung to her like a second skin, her hair plastered to her face. She looked fragile, like something that could be swept away by the storm at any moment. I hesitated. Picking up strangers wasn't something I'd ever done, but there was something about her that tugged at my conscience. She didn't flag me down, didn't even turn to acknowledge the car. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself. Before I fully realized what I was doing, I slowed down and rolled down the passenger window. "Do you need a ride?" I called out, my voice barely audible over the hammering rain. She turned then, slowly, and her eyes met mine. They were dark, unfathomably so, and for a moment, I felt like I was staring into an abyss. She nodded, her movements stiff, and walked to the passenger side. I unlocked the door, and she slid in without a word. The first thing I noticed was the smell, not unpleasant but earthy, like wet leaves and damp soil. She was soaked, water pooling on the seat beneath her. I handed her an old sweatshirt from the back seat, but she didn't take it. Instead, she pointed straight ahead, her finger trembling slightly. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to sound calm, though my heart was thudding in my chest. She didn't respond, just kept pointing. Her silence was unnerving, but I chalked it up to shock or fear. Maybe she'd been caught in the storm, abandoned, or worse. I didn't press her. We drove in silence, the car's interior filled with the sound of rain and the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers. Occasionally, I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. She sat rigid, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, water dripping from her hair onto the seat. There was something off about her, not just her silence, but the way she seemed detached, like she wasn't entirely there. After what felt like an eternity, she lifted her hand and pointed again. We were approaching a turnoff, a narrow gravel path that led into the woods. My stomach tightened. "Here?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the path. I turned, the car's tires crunching over the gravel, and followed the road as it wound deeper into the trees. The headlights illuminated twisted branches and the occasional glint of water from puddles, but nothing else. Then, up ahead, I saw it. A cemetery. It came into view suddenly, the wrought iron gates looming like the entrance to some forgotten realm. I pulled to a stop just outside, the car's beams casting long, eerie shadows over the headstones. Turning to my passenger, I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. The seat was empty. I stared, uncomprehending, at the damp indentation where she'd been sitting. Water still pooled on the seat, and the faint scent of earth lingered in the air, but she was gone. My first thought was that she'd somehow slipped out of the car without me noticing, but that made no sense. The door hadn't opened, and I hadn't heard a sound. I looked out into the rain, half expecting to see her figure moving among the graves, but there was nothing. I sat there for a long moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my mind racing. Finally, I stepped out of the car, the rain immediately soaking through my jacket. I called out into the night, my voice trembling, but the only response was the wind and the patter of rain on stone. As I approached the gates, something caught my eye. A headstone near the entrance, its surface slick with rain, bore a name that sent a chill down my spine. It was hers. The name etched into the stone matched the monogram on the bracelet I'd glimpsed on her wrist when she'd climbed into the car. The date of death? 5 years ago to the day. I stumbled back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My rational mind struggled to make sense of it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But the damp seat and the lingering scent told a different story. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The image of her pale face and those abyssal eyes haunted me, replaying over and over in my mind. In the days that followed, I scoured the local archives, piecing together her story. She'd been a local girl, loved and admired, until one stormy night when she'd gone missing. They'd found her body days later, washed up in a creek not far from the cemetery. Rumors of foul play had circulated, but nothing was ever proven. Her death had been ruled an accident, though the townsfolk whispered otherwise. Now, every time it rains, I can't help but look over at the passenger seat, half expecting to see her sitting there, pointing silently into the darkness. I've taken different routes, avoided that stretch of road entirely, but it doesn't matter, because deep down, I know. She'll always find me. The Midnight Visitor. I never told anyone why I really left my job as a night shift nurse at Pine Grove Nursing Home. They all assumed it was the stress, the long hours, the emotional toll of watching patients decline. I let them think that. It's easier than explaining what really happened during my last night there. Easier than trying to convince them that what I saw was real. But now I have to tell someone, because last night, at exactly 3:17 a.m., my phone rang. The caller ID showed Pine Grove Nursing Home, and when I answered, I heard the soft, steady beep of a cardiac monitor, followed by the voice I've been trying to forget for the past 6 months. "Nurse Anderson, I'm ready for my medicine now. Mrs. Eleanor Webb. Room 217. Deceased as of April 15th, 2024, at 3:17 a.m. I should start at the beginning. It was supposed to be a normal night shift. They're all normal until they're not. I'd been working at Pine Grove for 3 years, long enough to know every creaky floorboard, every flickering fluorescent light, every patient's particular habits and needs. Night shifts in a nursing home have their own rhythm. Medication rounds, hourly checks, the quiet moments in between when the building seems to breathe with the collective inhales and exhales of its sleeping residents. Mrs. Webb had been with us for nearly a decade, a sweet woman, always lucid despite her advanced age, with a sharp wit and sharper memory. She loved to tell stories about her years as a high school English teacher, about the thousands of students whose lives she'd touched. She never had children of her own, she'd tell me during our late-night talks, but she had all those students, all those young minds she'd shaped. That night, her last night, started like any other. I made my rounds at midnight, checking vitals, administering medications. Mrs. Webb was awake when I entered her room, sitting up in bed with her reading glasses perched on her nose, a weathered copy of The Turn of the Screw open on her lap. "Just getting to the good part," she said, smiling up at me. "Have you ever read it, dear?" I told her I hadn't. "Oh, you should. It's all about the things we see when we're alone in the dark. The things that might be real or might be in our minds. Sometimes there's not much difference between the two, is there?" I nodded politely, checked her vitals, all normal, and gave her her evening medications. Before I left, she called me back. "Nurse Anderson, would you mind bringing me my red cardigan? The one in the closet? It gets so cold in here sometimes." I opened her closet door. There was no red cardigan. "Mrs. Webb, I don't see—" But she was already asleep, the book fallen closed on her chest, her glasses slightly askew. I did my 1 a.m. rounds, my 2 a.m. rounds, everything normal. The building settled into its nighttime quiet, broken only by the occasional cough or creak of an adjusting bed. At 3:15 a.m., Mrs. Webb's call button lit up. I wasn't worried at first. She often woke in the night needing water or help to the bathroom. But when I entered her room, something felt wrong. The air was dense, heavy with an electrical charge like just before a storm. And it was cold. So cold, I could see my breath clouding in front of me. Mrs. Webb was sitting up in bed again, but something was different. Her posture was too straight, too rigid. Her hands were folded neatly in her lap, but her fingers were moving, not fidgeting, but writing invisible words on her thighs, over and over. "Mrs. Webb, did you need something?" She turned her head toward me, but her eyes weren't right. They were completely black, like empty holes in her face. "I need my cardigan," she said, but her voice wasn't right either. It echoed, as if multiple voices were speaking in almost perfect unison. "The red one. They're all waiting." "Who's waiting, Mrs. Webb?" Her fingers kept writing, faster now. I could hear her nails scratching against the fabric of her nightgown. "My students," she said. "All my students. The ones who never left." She smiled then, and her teeth were wrong too. Too many of them. Too sharp. "Would you like to meet them, Nurse Anderson? They're just there, in the closet, with my red cardigan." I looked at the closet door. It was open now, though I hadn't opened it. Inside was absolute darkness, a darkness that seemed to pulse and breathe. And something was coming out of that darkness. Many somethings. Young faces, twisted and wrong. Hands reaching, grasping. Mouths opening to reveal too many teeth, just like Mrs. Webb's. "My students," Mrs. Webb said, her voice now a chorus of dozens, hundreds of voices. "The ones who never left, the ones I kept, the ones I taught my final lesson." The shadows were taking shape now, forming into figures in old-fashioned school uniforms, their faces a horrible mixture of youth and ancient evil. They moved like smoke but left wet footprints on the floor. You see, Nurse Anderson, some lessons can only be taught in the dark. Some knowledge can only be passed on in death. And now, her head turned toward me, rotating too far, until she was looking at me over her own shoulder. Now it's time for your lesson. The cardiac monitor started to beep frantically. The shadows surged forward. I ran. I don't remember much after that. The official report says I was found in the parking lot at 3:45 a.m., incoherent and hyperventilating. They told me Mrs. Webb had passed peacefully in her sleep. Natural causes, nothing unusual, but I know what I saw. And now, 6 months later, my phone is ringing again. 3:17 a.m., Pine Grove Nursing Home. This time there's a text message too. Found my red cardigan, dear. Won't you come see? The students miss you. We have so much to teach you. Attached is a photo, a closet door standing open. Inside, hanging on a hook, is a red cardigan. It's dripping something dark onto the floor. And in the darkness behind it, I can see faces. Young faces. Smiling faces. Waiting faces. My phone rings again. Nurse Anderson? I'm ready for my medicine now. We're all ready. Won't you come back to room 217? The lesson is about to begin. I should block the number. I should throw my phone away. I should run. But I can't stop staring at the photo, at the cardigan, at the faces in the dark, because I've just noticed something. Something that makes my blood run cold. In the reflection of the closet mirror, I can see myself, standing there, wearing a nurse's uniform. But it's not my face anymore. I'm smiling with too many teeth, and my eyes are completely black. The lesson has already begun, and I think I'm starting to understand what Mrs. Webb meant about the things we see in the dark, about how sometimes there's not much difference between what's real and what's in our minds. Because now I can hear them too, the voices of her students, whispering, teaching, calling, and I'm learning. Oh God, I'm learning. Won't you come learn with me? Room 217 is waiting. We're all waiting. And we have so much to teach. My sister discovered a universal language, but she hasn't spoken a word since 2003. My sister is a genius. When she was about 13, she made this device that honestly still blows my mind. I've spent my entire life studying physics, and I still don't know what she did, or how, which is probably for the best considering how this all played out. I don't know how she did it, but what I do know is, in the summer of 2003, the laws governing matter and atomic mass didn't seem to affect her anymore. She was invisible to the human eye, and she was speaking a universal language we've never been able to identify or reproduce. Before I get into this, though, have you ever seen Firefly? Allow me to quote, I am very smart. I went to the best medikid in Osiris, top 3% of my class, finished my internship in 8 months. Gifted is the term. So when I tell you that my little sister makes me look like an idiot child, I want you to understand my full meaning. This could have been written about me and my sisters. We come from a long line of gifted people. My father is a neurologist, my mother works for SpaceX, and my eldest sister is an artist whose work has been featured in galleries since she was 12. I'm a full-time research associate of high-energy density physics at a university I can't name without risking my career. And like Simon Tam from Firefly before me, I don't tell you all of this to flaunt our intelligence or to make us look special. I tell you this so you can fully understand what I mean when I say Nirali made us all look like idiot children. In 2003, I was about to turn 17. My interests weren't like most teen girls, so I won't bore you with the details of what I found more entertaining than TV, books, or the mall, but more often than not, I was occupied with personal research projects. The first time Nirali made herself invisible, I was in the middle of a research rabbit hole. I was deep into some really heady academic articles when I heard Nirali pipe up behind me. "They're wrong, you know." I groaned inwardly. We'd had the knocking talk, but she was still so bad at respecting boundaries. "Nirali, what did we say about knocking?" "Oh," she said, and sounded genuinely surprised. "I didn't think about the door." "What?" I frowned and spun my chair around to look at her. My room was empty. "Wait, empty?" I looked around briefly before rubbing my eyes, wondering when I'd slept last and already writing the conversation off as an auditory hallucination. Shaking my head, I started to turn back to my computer when I heard her giggle. "All right, jerkhole, where are you?" "Right here," she giggled, her voice coming from directly in front of me. "What the... how? Did you hide the speakers again?" I stood up, taking a moment to really look around the room. She'd pulled a prank like this before, hiding a complex set of speakers she'd modified to create a confluence of sound she could manipulate. It would sound like someone was anywhere in the room, she specified. She'd even made it sound like she was moving around. It was really impressive, especially since she'd only been 10 at the time. This time, though, she'd either gotten much better at hiding the speakers or something else was going on. She giggled again. "No speakers, just me." "Okay, just me, but how?" I folded my arms, looking in the direction of her disembodied voice. "That's going to be hard to explain." That was Nirali for "you won't get it." "Try me," I said, "because I'm stubborn." She did, though, and I didn't. I had the beginnings of a migraine chewing on my right eye by the time she was done. Almost none of it made sense. There was something about atomic frequencies and post-dimensional drift, superliminal desynchronization, and something she dubbed the Planck supertemporal parallel. It was all way over my head. "Okay," I said, rubbing my temple as I tried to digest it all. "But how did you get here?" I walked. Infuriating. "I mean, how did you get in here?" I gestured widely to the door, which was closed, and the walls around us. "Oh." I could hear the shrug in her voice. "I just walked where the walls weren't." I squinted at the spot I thought she was standing. "You... what?" She sighed. It was a special sigh. It was the kind of sigh that told you someone much smarter than you was put out at having to dumb something down enough for you to understand. An embarrassed heat flooded my cheeks. I knew she was smarter than me, smarter than all of us, but it still made me feel like I'd failed simple math in front of Neil deGrasse Tyson and a puppy, and they were both disappointed. "I walked where the walls weren't. The walls aren't everywhere, Divya. In fact, in most places, like realities, the walls aren't there at all, so I just walked in those places." I wanted to see the proofs of this statement, though I knew she wouldn't have bothered writing them down, except in scraps and incomplete snippets that only made sense to her. I also knew the proofs wouldn't make any more sense than her original explanation. Even so, it bothered me that I only understood what she meant in the vaguest, most conceptual way. It wasn't natural for me. That abstractness of thought warred with the linear way of my brain, making actual understanding impossible, and I hated it. Sana would have understood. Her brain worked that way, but not mine. I must have looked like I was struggling with it, and I was, because she continued on. Where I am, or technically when and how, everything is a Schrodinger's puzzle of is and isn't. All I have to do is observe the places where the state of something isn't, and go there. This wasn't helping. It was. I got the basic concept of what she was saying, but in terms of the practical application of physics, it was a mess of meaningless science-y buzzwords. Nothing she said had any foundation in known science. She could have told me, I ate ice cream upside down and chanted purple backwards 30 times and the wall turned to jello, but only as long as I looked at it from a 45-degree angle. And it would have been exactly as scientifically sound as what she'd actually said. Yet she was the one who was invisible, so the limits of my understanding and science itself had no bearing on her corporeal existence. Do you still have a body? Can you see you? Oh yeah, she said, her voice pitched higher in excitement. I look like 100 versions of me laid on top of each other. Looking at my hands and stuff is kinda trippy, but I'm here. Cool. I had no idea what to do with this information. She started giggling again. What now? I can't believe you haven't noticed yet. Noticed what? I couldn't keep the flash of irritation out of my voice. It wasn't easy to accept the premise that she'd managed to trick physics into letting her pass through matter while being imperceptible to the human eye. But I'd had just about all the how much dumber than Nirali are you I could take for one day. What language am I speaking? I had to blink at that and think a moment. It's English, isn't it? She giggled again. Say something, I ordered in my most authoritative big sister voice. Nor again is there anyone who loves or pursues or desires to obtain pain of itself, because it is pain, but because occasionally circumstances occur in which toil and pain can procure him some great pleasure. If I concentrated, I could tell the words she was saying didn't quite match what I was apparently translating in my head, but I couldn't hear them for what they were. Except, wait, is that the lorem ipsum translation from de finibus bonorum et malorum? She giggled again. Yep. Want me to try something in Hindi? Yeah, I said, a little stunned and more than a little curious. Go for it. May he in whose lap shines forth the daughter of the mountain king, who carries the celestial stream on his head, on whose brow rests the crescent moon, whose throat holds poison, and whose breast is support of a huge serpent, and who is adorned by the ashes on his body, may that chief of gods, the Lord of all, the destroyer of the universe, the omnipresent Shiva, the moon-like Shankara, ever protect me. I frowned, torn between focusing on the words and trying to identify what she was quoting. I started mouthing some of the words as my mind ran back over them, and gawped a little as recognition settled in. Did you just quote the Ramcharitmanas Ayodhya Kand invocation? Another giggle. But how? That didn't sound like Hindi at all. Fascinating, she said. It didn't feel like Hindi when I said it, but I was thinking the Hindi words. What did it sound like to you? English, I guess. It didn't sound like anything, but I understood you in English. That's so cool. Can you actually hear something other than English? Kinda. Almost. If I try, I can tell the sounds you're making don't match the meaning of the words I'm not hearing, but understanding. But the meaning overrides everything else, so I can't actually identify individual sounds or phrases. Do you think you could identify the physical linguistics if we went word by word? It may be the processing of complete phrases prevents the identification of individual phonemes. Maybe, I said, shrugging. still trapped in awe of this aspect of her discovery. We could try it. She had me run her through some general object identification to give me a chance to listen for the sounds she was making and how they differed from the words I knew, the words I was hearing. But I only ever caught the ghosts of divergent beginnings and ends. She thought this was hilarious. I thought it was magical. She started making regular trips to my room in this state, usually after lights out or when our parents were at work. I didn't blame her for sneaking. Sana wasn't into the science stuff, and if our parents knew what we'd been up to, we'd have been grounded for life, especially since Nirali had already been banned from experimental projects at home. The last one had required a lot of external help and several $1,000s to clean up. But someone had to try and catalog this universal lexicon, and this was the only way we had access to it. One night, as we lay awake on the floor naming objects, we'd tried making individual sounds before, but without the intent of meaning behind them, there was no divergence. Nirali froze. I couldn't see her, of course, but something changed. She stilled to the point I worried she'd maybe phased through the floor or something and left me alone. But somehow I still felt her presence along with something sharp and alien I couldn't identify. "Nirali?" I whispered, cold unease settling on me like snow. "Shh." It was her, but so quiet I almost missed it. I felt the urgency behind it, though, and hushed to wait in the silence with her. As the seconds ticked by, a prickling dread crawled across the room. It started at the edges where the shadows were thickest and spread outward, tainting everything it touched, including me. My pulse quickened as a primal paranoia sank in. I knew it was just Nirali and me, but it felt like a predator was stalking the shadows, searching for us, and it was only our silence that kept it from pouncing. To keep the paranoia at bay, I focused on the warm red readout of the clock above my desk. The slowly changing numbers were soothing and hypnotic. They dulled the edges of my fear until, at some point between midnight and 2 a.m., I fell asleep. I only realized this when Nirali finally whispered my name, pulling me back to reality. "Divya, wake up." I swam back to consciousness slowly, shaking off the half-formed discomfort of a dream I couldn't remember. "It's gone now." "What's gone?" I rubbed the sleep still clogging my vision and blinked at the clock above my desk. So late. Had we really been laying on the floor for 2 hours? Nirali didn't answer. Not for a long time. Long enough that I thought maybe I'd dreamed her waking me up entirely. "The shadow behind the walls," she whispered, cutting the silence away like cobwebs. There was a weight to her words I couldn't describe that tickled the primal centers of my brain again. An ancient urge calling to me, telling me to hide. "The... what?" I croaked, propping myself up on my elbows. But Nirali was gone. Not just quiet. There was a difference in the room when she left, and I could always sense it, even if she didn't say she was going. A few minutes later, she was at my bedroom door, actually knocking. The sound startled me, giving my heart a sudden workout with a spike of adrenaline. I snuck over to the door to let her in, too keenly aware of the night around me and jumping at shadows I suddenly worried couldn't be trusted. Without a word, she slipped past me and crawled into bed, hiding beneath the covers with her knees against the wall and her back to me. I took my cue as it was offered and crawled in behind her, offering myself as protection against the night. Sleep was slow in coming as my body flushed the survival instinct from its veins. But eventually it must have come as the next thing I knew, the sun was peeking through the windows, and Nirali was watching me sleep. "Divya?" Nirali said my name like she was testing it. as if she didn't expect to hear it again. "Yeah? Nothing," she said, curling back under the covers before adding, "Thanks." It was a week before she came to me through the walls again. "I think it's drawn to the language," she said, pulling me out of a dream about superfluid. "What is?" I yawned, oddly comfortable with the resumption of our nightly conversations. "The shadow behind the walls." "What is that?" "I don't know. Something big. Something old. Older than time, maybe." "What's with the sauna talk? Older than time?" "I don't know, Divya. That's just what it feels like." She was always like this, caught somewhere between science and emotion, like the perfect cross between me and sauna. I think it allowed her to think abstractly enough to escape the box of the known to innovate, while remaining linear enough to build a new box to house her innovations. But sometimes it meant she didn't have the math to back it up. Sometimes it was just a feeling or the hint of a notion. But even then, Nirali's feelings were always spot on, even if it took science a few decades to prove it. "All right," I said, accepting that answer. It was odd, I realized then, how a few weeks of exposure to what my mind told me was factually impossible opened me to the flexibility of the possible. I was surprised, too, when I noticed my first instinct wasn't to challenge her or demand proof, just because what she said was beyond my experience or immediate comprehension. Instead, I would nod and accept that what she said, what she experienced, was simply truth, and the limitations of my understanding couldn't change that. "What does it want?" "I don't know. I don't think it talks, but I think it listens and understands." "That's unsettling," I said, shifting under the covers. The superstitious child in me made sure my feet were hidden in the center of the bed because the shadows still couldn't be trusted. She hummed her agreement. "It's not the only thing here, though." A chill surged through me, prompting my heart into a panicked gallop. "What do you mean?" "I mean there are other things, big things, old things. Most of them can't see me, I think. I'm not really where they are, same as I'm not really where you are, but they can hear me, same as you." "Are you safe?" Nirali was silent. My stomach churned because I knew it meant something big and old and dangerous was near enough to pose a threat. After several minutes passed, she answered, "Sometimes. Only sometimes." I sat up, staring at the spot on the floor where she would have been seated. "Only sometimes." "Then why are we still doing this, Nirali? I wouldn't have agreed if I knew you were in danger." "I know," she said quietly, "but there's so much here. If I focus on a color, I can experience everything that color has ever been and ever will be. If I think about a time, I'm sitting in what used to be here, or sometimes what will be here, watching a blur of activity that won't happen for another 1,000 years. I've seen cities you can't even begin to imagine, made of glittering bone and glass, monolithic wonders to shame the gods. Last night I was standing in the center of a black hole, not a hologram or a simulation, but an actual black hole. Captured, contained, reproduced, harnessed, I don't know what, but it was here, and so was I. And through the black hole I saw so many other universes, all laid out like mirrors into infinity. "Nirali," I whispered, both awed and terrified. Had she been experiencing these things every night? All the hours we talked about nothing and nonsense? "But there are also bigger things," she said, her voice dipping into darkness. "Things that hide in the glint of starlight on glass. Things that follow me back from the future and wait for me in the past. They skip like stones on water, only touching the surface for a minute and never with their whole selves. but even that much is too much. It hurts to look at them. There are too many shapes at once, and all of them are hungry in ways I don't understand. Tears welled in my eyes as I listened to her. It hurt to accept these things as truth. I couldn't understand them or touch them or even experience them myself. But I had to accept they were real, because my sister was invisible. She could pass through matter at will and spoke a universal language to me every night. But accepting all that also meant accepting that my sister spent every night compelled by her own curiosity to go back to this dangerous state again and again, only to be terrified by what waited in between. I'm glad they can't see me, but I don't think that will be true much longer. What? Why? The shadow behind the walls has been in my room all week. I can feel it following me around. It's listening now, but I don't think it will come in your room again. Nene, you have to stop this. I can't, she said, her voice thick with imminent tears. Of course you can. Just come back and we'll destroy whatever you've been using to shift. We can fix this. No, she said, the word wet and bent beneath an anguish no 13-year-old should have known. You don't understand. What could possibly be worth the risk? My heart broke in the silence that stretched between us. An eternity of pain and longing swirled between us, and one final fragile breath spoke of the tears she held back when she found her voice again. I can't speak English anymore. I didn't understand. Like the first time she described the math to me, this statement defied understanding. What do you mean you can't speak English anymore? I mean I can't speak anything but this stupid between language, Divya. I tried and tried all week, but all that comes out now is this ugly mess of gurgles and scrapes and noises I don't recognize, and I'm so scared. I'm so scared, because they can still hear me when I'm out there with you, and out there I'm not invisible. And you, and Sana, and Mom and Dad aren't invisible, and none of us are safe when I'm out there, and the only time I can talk right is when I'm in here, she sobbed. When I'm here with you. My heart turned somersaults in my stomach. I let this happen. I should have stopped her the day she showed me her stupid, science-shattering trick. Nene, I whispered, and all I wanted to do was hold her until everything was right. You have to come back. I don't know what we'll do to fix this, but you can't stay there. I know, she said through a heavy veil of tears. I just didn't want to lose you, to lose us. You still have me, but I won't out there, not like this. I didn't have a good answer for her. We'll find a way to fix it, was all I could say, and we both knew it wasn't enough. We also knew that it had to be, because we didn't have a choice. I felt her presence fade, and a few minutes later there was a quiet knock at my door. Nirali stood on the other side, shaking as silent sobs racked her narrow frame. I gathered her up, shutting the door behind her, and together we curled around each other on the floor and cried. We cried until we passed out from exhaustion and woke up long after the sun had risen. I woke to Nirali watching me again and blinked away the haze of tear-stained sleep. Nirali? She nodded, mute, a sadness hanging over her shoulders. Can you? She shook her head. Nothing? She glanced up, looking over me and toward the hall as someone passed by. I could tell a million thoughts were flitting through her head in that moment, most of them conflicting, but after a minute or so, a stony resolution had settled in her eyes, and she scooted closer, waving for me to do the same. Her mouth was almost against my ear when something unimaginably foul rattled from her lips. A shudder of revulsion rocked through me at the sound of each mangled phoneme. I've never been so disgusted and terrified in my life. I could hear her voice, but it was dripping with caustic venom, dragging over hot coals, buried in the deepest ocean and clawing at the edges of sanity with angry talons. It was wrong. And to this day, it was the most vile, viscerally upsetting experience of my life. The words, this language, was never meant to be spoken by man. Science won't support me, but I know in my bones these words have power man wasn't meant to use. And yet, despite my mind rebelling from the mere sound of her voice warped around these hideous words, I still knew what she'd meant, as if she'd said it in English. Don't tell Mom and Dad. The phone call. There's an old saying that nothing good happens after 2 a.m. I used to dismiss it as something parents tell their teenagers to keep them from staying out late. Now I know better. Now I know that the real horror begins at exactly 3:33 a.m. It started 3 weeks ago. I was jolted awake by my phone's ringtone, that default iPhone marimba that suddenly seemed sinister in the dead of night. The screen's harsh blue light illuminated my bedroom as I fumbled to silence it. Through bleary eyes, I saw my own phone number displayed as the caller ID. I almost declined the call. Looking back, I wish I had. But curiosity got the better of me. After all, how could I be calling myself? Hello? My voice was thick with sleep. For several seconds, there was only silence. Then I heard breathing, slow, measured breaths that seemed somehow familiar. A chill ran down my spine as I realized why. They were mine. I would recognize the slight whistle on the exhale anywhere, caused by a deviated septum I'd had since breaking my nose in high school. I hung up immediately, my heart pounding. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat up until dawn, telling myself it was just a glitch, a crossed line, or maybe even a dream. But deep down, I knew better. The next night I was wide awake at 3:33 a.m. staring at my phone. Right on schedule, it rang. My number again. This time when I answered, I heard myself breathing, and then something else, quiet sobbing. My own voice, crying in a way I hadn't since my mother's funeral 5 years ago. It went on like this, night after night, always at 3:33 a.m., always my number, always my voice, doing something different, sometimes whimpering, sometimes humming that lullaby my mother used to sing, sometimes reciting fragments of poems I'd written and never shown anyone, things only I could know. I tried everything to make it stop. I changed my number twice. I bought a new phone. I even tried staying at hotels, but the calls followed me. I stopped sleeping, surviving on coffee and fear. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My coworkers started asking if I was okay. I wasn't. Last night was different. When I answered, I heard myself whisper, "Tomorrow night, I'll finally show you why." The voice was mine, but wrong somehow, hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well or a grave. So here I sit in my locked bedroom watching the minutes tick by. It's 3:28 a.m. now. My phone is on the nightstand, screen dark. My hands are trembling as I write this, trying to document whatever happens next, because I know something is going to happen. I can feel it in the marrow of my bones. 3:29 a.m. I'm thinking about all the times I've heard my own voice on the other end of the line. Was it really mine? Or something else? Something that's learned to mimic me so perfectly that even I can't tell the difference. 3:30 a.m. 3 minutes left. My throat is dry. The silence in the room feels heavy, pregnant with possibility. I've triple-checked the locks on my doors and windows. Not that it matters. Whatever's been calling me, I don't think locks will stop it. 3:31 a.m., 2 minutes. I'm remembering something my mother told me when I was small, about how the veil between worlds is thinnest in the hours before dawn. She was always superstitious, my mother. I used to think she was silly. Now I'm not so sure. 3:32 a.m., 1 minute. My phone screen just lit up on its own. No notification, no reason. Just glowing softly in the dark, like a beacon or a warning. 3:33 a.m. It's ringing. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely hit the answer button. But I do. Hello? My voice cracks. Hello, Sarah. My voice answers back. But this time it's not coming from the phone. It's coming from behind me. I spin around and there I am, standing in the corner of my bedroom. But wrong. So wrong. My skin is gray and waterlogged, my hair hanging in wet ropes around my face. Water drips steadily onto the carpet, forming a dark pool at my feet. My other self's eyes are milky white, but somehow I know they can see me. What are you? I whisper. My doppelganger smiles, revealing teeth that have gone black with rot. I'm you, it says in my voice. From the lake. Don't you remember the lake, Sarah? And suddenly I do. 5 years ago, right after my mother's funeral. I was drunk, devastated, driving too fast on the winding road that borders Lake Marshall. The guardrail gave way like it was made of paper. The water was black and cold. I remember the car filling up, remember thinking that maybe this was okay. Maybe I'd see my mother again. But then I changed my mind. I fought my way out of the sinking car, swam to the surface, survived. Or at least, that's what I thought happened. You never made it out, my other self says, taking a step closer. Water squishes in its shoes. Your body is still down there, Sarah. Still strapped into that car at the bottom of Lake Marshall. What's left of it, anyway? No, I shake my head. No, that's not possible. I'm here. I'm alive. I've been alive for 5 years. Have you? It asks. Think hard, Sarah. When was the last time you felt hungry or thirsty? When was the last time you actually slept, instead of just lying in the dark waiting for my call? When was the last time anyone other than your coworkers spoke to you? I open my mouth to argue, but the words die in my throat. Because I can't remember. I can't remember any of those things. 5 years, my other self says softly. 5 years I've been down there in the dark, while you've been up here pretending to be alive. But it's time to stop pretending now, Sarah. Time to come home. It reaches for me with gray, bloated fingers. Its touch is cold and wet against my cheek. And suddenly I can feel the water filling my lungs again. Can feel the pressure of the lake crushing down on me. Can feel the slow decay of 5 years beneath the black water. The next morning, Sarah Chen doesn't show up for work. Her co-workers notice her absence, of course, but none of them seem particularly concerned. In fact, when asked about her later, they have trouble remembering exactly when they last saw her. Some say it was yesterday, others swear it was last week, and a few insist they haven't seen her in years, not since that tragic accident at Lake Marshall. The police eventually break down her door and find her apartment empty. The only unusual thing they notice is a large wet spot on her bedroom carpet, roughly the size and shape of a person lying down. But by the time they think to take samples, the spot has dried, leaving no trace behind. At the bottom of Lake Marshall, in the rusted remains of a 5-year-old car, 2 bodies sit side by side in the driver's seat, identical down to the last detail, slowly becoming one again in the endless dark. And somewhere, a phone rings at 3:33 a.m., waiting for someone to answer. The echo chamber. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back. My job as a sound engineer at Whispering Pines Recording Studio was simple enough. Maintain the equipment, assist with recording sessions, and ensure the acoustics remained perfect in our prized echo chamber. The chamber was an architectural marvel from the 1960s, a specially designed concrete room 3 stories underground, where we could capture the most pristine natural reverb for our recordings. The thing about echo chambers is that they're designed to make sounds repeat, to take a single note and transform it into something longer, deeper, more complex. But they're not supposed to create new sounds. They're not supposed to remember. I first noticed it during a late-night session with a local indie band. We were recording backing vocals, sending them through the chamber for that otherworldly echo effect, when I heard something odd in my headphones. Between the vocalist's phrases, in that split second of silence, there was something else. A whisper so faint I almost missed it. I adjusted the levels, thinking it must be some kind of technical glitch or ambient noise bleeding through. But when I isolated the chamber feed and played it back, there it was again. A voice, barely audible, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. "Did anyone else hear that?" I asked the band, but they just shrugged, eager to wrap up the session and head home. I made a mental note to check the equipment in the morning and tried to put it out of my mind. That night, alone in my apartment, I couldn't sleep. Something about that whisper kept nagging at me. I'd been working with sound for 15 years, and I'd never heard anything quite like it. It wasn't an artifact of the recording process or environmental noise. It had seemed deliberate. The next day I arrived early to run some tests. I set up a simple recording, just me speaking a few words into a microphone, fed through the chamber. Testing 1, 2, 3. Simple enough. When I played it back, my blood ran cold. Between testing and 1, clear as day. Help us. I nearly knocked over my chair, scrambling to check the waveform on my computer screen. There it was, a distinct spike of audio between my words, exactly where I'd heard the voice. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. Over the next week, I became obsessed. I spent every spare moment running tests, recording different sounds through the chamber, analyzing the results. The voices became clearer, more frequent. Sometimes they were whispers, sometimes crying, sometimes just breathing, but they were always there, hiding in the spaces between other sounds. I started researching the history of Whispering Pines. The studio had been built in 1964 on the site of an old industrial complex. Before that, the land had belonged to a psychiatric hospital that closed under mysterious circumstances in the 1940s. The more I dug, the more unsettling details I uncovered. The hospital had specialized in experimental treatments for severe mental illness, electroshock therapy, insulin comas, ice baths, all the barbaric cures that were in vogue at the time. But there were rumors of other experiments, unofficial ones, conducted in the basement levels. Patients who were checked in, but never checked out. Screams in the night that the staff were told to ignore. When the hospital finally closed, dozens of patients were simply unaccounted for. Their records disappeared. Their families were told they had been transferred, and eventually they were forgotten. The buildings were demolished, new ones were built, and life went on. But what if they weren't all gone? What if something of them remained, trapped in that underground space where our echo chamber now stood? The thought kept me awake at night, staring at my ceiling, remembering all the times I'd been alone in that room, feeling like someone was watching me from the shadows. I knew I should tell someone, but who would believe me? The studio owner would think I was having a mental breakdown. The other engineers would laugh it off. I needed proof, undeniable evidence that something impossible was happening in that room. So I set up an experiment. I cleared my schedule for an entire night and set up multiple recording devices in the chamber. High-end microphones, digital recorders, even an old analog tape machine. I wanted to capture whatever was happening from every possible angle. At midnight, I started recording. The plan was simple: complete silence for hours, broken only by a single spoken word every 30 minutes. I would give the voices plenty of space to manifest, plenty of quiet in which to speak. The first few hours were uneventful. My periodic words, Mark at 12:30, Mark at 1 cow, Mark at 1:30, echoed normally through the chamber and faded to silence. But as the night wore on, things began to change. It started subtly. The silence between my marks began to feel different, heavier somehow. The air in the chamber grew thick and cold, despite the climate control system. And then, at exactly 3:17 a.m., everything changed. My mark at 3 hours was still echoing faintly when I heard it, a sound like dozens of whispers overlapping, growing louder and clearer with each repetition. I could make out words now, fragments of phrases. Still here, they left us, in the walls, help us. The voices were coming from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing off the walls in impossible patterns. The temperature dropped so rapidly I could see my breath. My recording equipment began to malfunction, meters spiking into the red despite the fact that the room should have been silent. And then I saw them. In the dim red light of the recording equipment, shadows began to peel themselves from the walls. Human shapes, distorted and wrong, flowing like smoke, but moving with purpose. They filled the room, surrounding me, their whispers growing to a deafening roar. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could only watch as they pressed closer, their features becoming clearer, hollow eyes, gaping mouths, faces twisted in eternal anguish. These were the forgotten ones, the lost patients, trapped between worlds in this acoustically perfect prison. One of them reached for me with hands that were more suggestion than substance. I felt an icy touch on my skin, and suddenly my mind was flooded with images. Sterile halls, restraints, pain, screaming, darkness, endless darkness. I don't remember running, don't remember climbing the stairs or driving home. I came to my senses sitting in my shower, fully clothed, hot water beating down on me as I shook uncontrollably. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't face that room again, not after what I'd seen. But I knew I had to review the recordings. Had to know if I'd captured any evidence of what happened, or if I was simply losing my mind. Most of the equipment had malfunctioned. The digital recorders showed corrupted files. The cameras had shut down. The meters were fried. But the old analog tape machine, built like a tank in the 1970s, had kept running through everything. With trembling hands, I began to digitize the tape. For the first few hours, everything was normal, just my periodic mark and the expected echoes. But at 3:17 a.m., something changed. The tape captured hundreds of voices, layered and distorted, speaking in unison. We are the echoes that never fade. the ones they tried to silence. We are trapped in these walls, in this perfect acoustic prison, repeating and repeating and repeating. Join us, stay with us, become part of the endless echo. I destroyed the tape immediately after transferring it, threw it in my fireplace and watched it melt, along with my letter of resignation from Whispering Pines. Some sounds aren't meant to be recorded. Some echoes should be allowed to fade. But here's the thing about echoes. Once you create them, they never really go away. They just get softer and softer until you can't hear them anymore. But they're still there, bouncing between molecules of air, too faint for human ears to detect. I've tried to move on, found a new job at a different studio across the country, but sometimes in the dead of night, I still hear them. In the space between heartbeats, in the pause between breaths, I hear those whispers, and I know they're still there, in that perfect room 3 stories underground, waiting for someone else to listen. The new sound engineer at Whispering Pines is young, eager, ambitious. Last week she called me asking about some odd sounds she'd been hearing in the echo chamber. Some weird artifacts showing up in her recordings around 3:17 a.m. I told her it was probably just equipment interference, told her not to worry about it, told her everything was fine. But I know what's happening. The echoes are starting again. The cycle continues. And somewhere in that acoustically perfect room, the forgotten ones are still whispering, still waiting, still hoping that someone will finally hear their story and set them free. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back, but by then, it was already too late. It's always too late. Because here's the real horror of it all. I'm not sure I ever really left that room. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see something different in my reflection. Something hollow. Something that echoes. And I wonder if maybe, just maybe, I became part of their endless repetition. Another voice in the chorus of the forgotten, echoing forever in that perfect acoustic prison. So if you ever find yourself in a recording studio late at night, and you hear something strange in the spaces between sounds, don't listen too carefully. Don't try to make out the words, because once you start listening to the echoes, they start listening back. And they never ever stop. The story you've just listened was found as a digital file on a corrupted hard drive recovered from Whispering Pines recording studio after it mysteriously burned down last month. The fire started in the echo chamber, 3 stories underground, at exactly 3:17 a.m. Investigators found no traces of the chamber's concrete walls in the rubble. In fact, according to the original building plans, that section of the building never had a basement at all. The author of this account remains missing. The only clue to their whereabouts was a single audio file attached to the document. 7 seconds of absolute silence, followed by what experts describe as hundreds of overlapping voices, whispering a single phrase, another perfect echo. If you've read this far, you might want to check the time. Is it getting close to 3:17 a.m.? Do you hear something in the silence? A whisper? An echo? Listen carefully. We're waiting for you. We're all waiting for you. The sound of spinning. I've been trying to write this down for weeks now. My therapist says it might help to get it all out, but every time I start, my hands shake so badly I can barely type. Even now, sitting in my well-lit home office at 2:47 p.m. on a sunny Tuesday, I keep glancing over my shoulder. The rational part of my brain knows there's nothing there, but rationality doesn't count for much anymore. Not since that night at Riverside Park. I should probably mention that I'm a photojournalist for the local paper. Nothing glamorous, mostly community events, high school sports, that sort of thing. The assignment that brought me to the park that night was supposed to be a simple puff piece about the holiday carnival. You know the type. Happy families, cotton candy, twinkly lights. The kind of wholesome content that fills space between car dealership ads. The carnival had been in town for about a week, and my editor wanted some night shots to capture the magical atmosphere. I remember rolling my eyes when she said that. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have called in sick. I arrived around 8:30 p.m., just as dusk was settling in. The temperature had dropped significantly from the warm afternoon, and a light fog was rolling in from the river. Not unusual for October in our area, but it gave everything a sort of dreamy quality that I actually thought would make for good photos. God, I was so focused on getting the right shots that I ignored all the warning signs. The first thing that struck me as odd was the music. Carnival music is always a bit eerie, but something about it seemed off. Like it was playing at the wrong speed, or maybe echoing when it shouldn't have been. I kept thinking I could hear laughter mixed in with it, but not the normal shrieks and giggles of kids having fun. This was different, more like someone trying to remember how laughter should sound. I started with some wide shots of the midway, capturing the way the colored lights diffused through the fog. The place wasn't exactly crowded, but there were enough people around that I didn't feel uncomfortable. Not yet, anyway. I remember checking my phone, 8:47 p.m., and calculating how many more shots I needed before I could call it a night. That's when I noticed the carousel. It was set back from the other rides, partially obscured by the fog. Standard carnival carousel, or at least that's what I thought at first. Painted horses moving up and down, mirrors and gold trim, all that classic stuff. But something about it made my skin crawl. I tried to tell myself it was just the fog playing tricks with the lights, but beautiful, isn't it? I nearly jumped out of my skin. The voice came from right behind me, but I hadn't heard anyone approach. When I turned around, I found myself face to face with what I assumed was the operator, an older man in a red uniform that seemed somehow both pristine and impossibly old at the same time. Yeah, I managed to say, trying to calm my racing heart. I'm just getting some photos for the paper. He smiled. At least I think it was a smile. Something about his expression made my stomach turn. You should take a ride, he said. Best view for pictures is from up there. He gestured toward the carousel, and I noticed his hand seemed too pale, like something that had never seen sunlight. Thanks, but I think I can get what I need from here, I replied, already taking a step backward. The carousel was still turning, but I realized I couldn't see any riders, just empty horses moving up and down, their painted eyes reflecting the lights in a way that made them look almost alive. I insist, he said, and his voice had changed. It still sounded pleasant, but there was something underneath it, like static on an old radio. Everyone takes a ride, eventually. I turned to leave. I remember that clearly. I turned and started walking away, but somehow I was moving toward the carousel instead. The fog had grown thicker, and I couldn't see the other rides anymore. Just the carousel, spinning in that strange, silent way. No, not silent. There was that laughter again, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. My camera was still in my hands, and I raised it almost involuntarily. Through the viewfinder, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The mirrors around the carousel's center column weren't reflecting the empty horses anymore. They showed riders, dozens of them. Some looked like they were screaming, but their faces were blurred, like long exposure photographs. And they were all looking directly at me. I tried to lower the camera, but my fingers wouldn't move. The operator was beside me again. How did he move so fast? And his hand was on my shoulder. His touch felt wrong, like pressure through several layers of thick fabric, even though his hand was directly on my jacket. "Your turn," he whispered, and his voice seemed to come from inside my own head. "Everyone rides. Eventually." What happened next is confused. I remember the cold. God, it was so cold. The kind of cold that burns. The carousel was moving faster now, but also somehow in slow motion. The horses' painted eyes were following me, their frozen expressions twisting into something else, something hungry. That horrible laughter was getting louder, and I could smell something that reminded me of old pennies and burnt sugar. I don't know how I got away. I have a vague memory of running, of my feet slipping on wet grass, of my camera swinging wildly from its strap. I remember reaching for my phone and seeing that it was 11:23 p.m. Impossible. I'd only been there for a few minutes, hadn't I? When I finally made it to my car, I sat there shaking for what felt like hours, watching the fog swirl in my headlights. I could still hear that music, faint but persistent, even with all the windows rolled up. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Sleep deprivation, maybe, or some kind of weird panic attack. But then I looked at my camera. Most of the photos were normal, just carnival shots, exactly what my editor wanted. But the last one showed the carousel, empty horses, fog, normal carnival stuff. Except in every mirror, in every reflective surface, there were faces, not blurred this time, crystal clear. And in the front row, sitting rigid on a horse with bared teeth and wild eyes, was me. I called in sick and spent the day doing research. The carnival had been setting up in Riverside Park for as long as anyone could remember, always in October, always for exactly 1 week. And every year, like clockwork, people would go missing. Not many, 1 or 2 per season. Usually dismissed as runaways or drifters. The only connection was that they were last seen at the carnival. I tried to talk to the police, but they looked at me like I was crazy. The carnival had already moved on, right on schedule. No one seemed to remember anything unusual about the carousel or its operator. The missing persons reports I found online started throwing up error messages, and within days, I couldn't find them at all. But I know what I saw. I know what's on that last photo, even though I can't look at it anymore. I keep it in a locked drawer in my desk, and sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear music coming from it. Carnival music, playing just a little too slow, mixed with that terrible laughter. The carnival will be back next October. It always comes back. And sometimes, when the fog rolls in from the river, I catch myself wondering about those faces in the mirrors. Were they all like me? People who got away? Or were they the ones who didn't? I've been trying to convince myself to destroy the photo, but I can't. It's evidence, proof that I'm not crazy. And maybe, just maybe, it might help someone else understand what's happening before it's their turn to ride. Because he was right, everyone rides. Eventually. 2 weeks after posting this account, the author was reported missing. Their home was found empty except for an open drawer containing a single photograph. The photo, according to police reports, showed only an empty carnival carousel in heavy fog. The security camera. The first time I saw my husband's double, I thought it was a glitch. I had just installed our new security system that afternoon, one of those fancy setups with motion detection, night vision, and smartphone connectivity. David thought I was being paranoid, but after the string of break-ins in our neighborhood, I wasn't taking any chances. Besides, as a software engineer who often worked late from home, I liked having eyes on our property when I was alone at night. The cameras had been running for less than 6 hours when my phone buzzed with its first motion alert. 2:01 a.m. I was still awake, catching up on some code reviews in my home office. The notification showed a still from our backyard camera, a dark figure standing motionless in the grass. My heart rate spiked until I recognized David's familiar silhouette. His broad shoulders, the slight slouch he'd developed from years hunched over keyboards, that distinctively messy bedhead I'd tease him about. I figured he must have had trouble sleeping and stepped out for some air. Not totally unusual. He'd been stressed about the upcoming product launch at work. I was about to dismiss the alert when something made me pause. The figure was completely still. Not the natural shifting of weight or subtle movements you'd expect from someone standing outside. Just perfectly, unnaturally motionless. That's when I realized he wasn't looking around the yard or up at the stars. He was staring directly at our second-floor bedroom window. Our bedroom window, where I could see the warm glow of our bedside lamp still burning. The lamp I always left on because David liked having some light when he got up to use the bathroom. A cold weight settled in my stomach. I pulled up the live feed from the indoor security camera I'd installed in our bedroom. There was David, curled up under the covers on his side of the bed, chest rising and falling in the peaceful rhythm of deep sleep. I looked back at the yard camera. The figure was still there, still staring. I closed my laptop and crept upstairs, my bare feet silent on the carpet. Our bedroom door was slightly ajar, just as I'd left it. David was exactly as I'd seen on camera, sound asleep, occasionally making the soft whistling sound through his nose that I normally found endearing, but now sent chills down my spine. I crossed to the window on trembling legs. The yard below was empty. I checked the security footage immediately. At exactly 3 a.m., the figure had simply vanished. One frame it was there, the next gone, with no movement in between. I rewound to the beginning of the incident. Same thing. At 2 a.m. sharp, it had appeared instantaneously in the middle of our yard. I barely slept that night, watching David's peaceful face in the lamplight and trying to convince myself I'd seen some kind of technical glitch. But the next night, it happened again. And the next, and the next. Always at exactly 2 a.m. Always standing in the exact same spot. Always staring at our window with David's face. I started sleeping less and less, spending my nights hunched over my monitors, documenting every detail. The figure never moved, never shifted, never blinked, just stood there, a perfect carbon copy of my husband, staring up at where we slept, with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I tried telling David about it over breakfast that first week. He'd laughed it off, assuming I was joking. When I showed him the footage, he'd frowned and suggested it must be some kind of video artifact or reflection. He promised to stay awake with me the next night to see it in person. But when 2 a.m. came, he was sound asleep despite his promises. No amount of shaking would wake him. I watched in horror as his duplicate appeared in the yard right on schedule, while David slumbered beside me, impossibly heavy in a sleep that seemed more like unconsciousness. That's when the differences started. It was subtle at first. David would wake up groggy and irritable, with no memory of having promised to stay up with me. He'd zone out during conversations, staring blankly into space until I touched his arm or called his name. His appetite changed. He who had always been a picky eater suddenly started devouring his food with mechanical efficiency, like he was fueling up rather than enjoying a meal. Then came the physical changes. His skin seemed slightly waxy, especially in the mornings. His movements became more precise, more deliberate, losing the natural clumsiness I'd always found charming. Sometimes I'd catch him standing perfectly still, head cocked at an unnatural angle, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. But the eyes were the worst. David's eyes had always been a warm brown, crinkled at the corners from his ready smile. Now they seemed darker somehow, flatter, empty. I started documenting these changes too, in an encrypted file on my laptop. I knew how it would sound if I told anyone else, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever stood in our yard each night wasn't just watching us. It was studying us, learning, preparing. And David wasn't really David anymore. I began sleeping in my home office, claiming I had too much work to come to bed. I installed more cameras throughout the house, hidden ones David didn't know about. I watched him when he thought he was alone. The way he would practice expressions in mirrors, like an actor rehearsing for a role. The way he would sometimes forget to blink for minutes at a time. The way he would stand in empty rooms, perfectly still, staring at nothing. But it was the footage from last night that finally broke me. I was reviewing the bedroom camera feed from around 5 a.m., just before David usually wakes up. The video quality was poor. There had been a storm, and the power had flickered several times. But I could clearly see David's form under the covers. Then came a power surge, the image distorting with static. When it cleared, the bed was empty. I frantically checked the other cameras. Nothing in the hallway, nothing on the stairs, nothing in the kitchen or living room. David had vanished from our locked and alarmed house without triggering a single motion sensor. Then movement caught my eye on the yard camera. A figure walking slowly back toward the house. David's figure. It moved with that same mechanical precision I'd grown to dread, but now there was something else in its gait. A confidence, a purpose. It looked up directly at the camera, smiled, not David's warm, natural smile, but something that just stretched his lips without touching his eyes. Then it raised one hand and waved, holding up a familiar keychain. My keychain, the one I'd left on my office desk when I'd finally passed out from exhaustion an hour earlier. I'm typing this now from my car, parked outside a 24-hour diner 2 towns over. My hands won't stop shaking, because I know what this means. The thing in my yard, the thing wearing my husband's face. It's not watching anymore. It's done learning, done practicing, done replacing. And now it's coming for me. My phone buzzes, another motion alert. I don't want to look, but I can't help myself. It's footage from one of my hidden cameras inside the house. My office. There's a figure standing in the doorway. It's wearing David's face, but the movement is all wrong as it turns its head to stare directly into the camera. Its smile is impossibly wide now, stretching far beyond what a human mouth should be capable of. In its hand is my laptop, the one I'd left behind in my panic to escape, the one containing all my documentation, all my evidence. As I watch, it waves at the camera with that horrible smile. Then it does something worse. It speaks. "Coming home soon, honey? Don't worry. I'll wait up for you. After all..." The thing wearing my husband's face leans closer to the camera, its features distorting slightly, like melting wax. I never sleep. I throw my phone out the car window, watching it shatter on the asphalt. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely grip the steering wheel. but I force myself to focus. I need to drive, need to get far away, need to warn others. But as I reach for the ignition, I catch a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. Have my movements always been this precise? Has my skin always had this waxy sheen? When was the last time I blinked? I look closer at my reflection, at the thing wearing my face, now smiling, and I begin to scream. Something walks whistling past my house every night at 3:03. Every night, no matter the weather, something walks down our street whistling softly. You can only hear it if you're in the living room or the kitchen when they walk by, and it always starts at exactly 3:03. The sound starts faint, somewhere near the beginning of the lane near the Carson place. We're towards the middle of the street, so the whistling moves past us before fading away in the direction of the cul-de-sac. When I was younger, my sister and I would sneak into the kitchen some nights to listen. Mom and Dad didn't like that, and we'd catch hell if they found us out there, but they were never too hard on us since we always stuck to the one big rule. Don't try to look at whatever was whistling. My neighborhood is a funny place. I've lived here since I was 6 and I love it. The houses are small but well kept, good-sized yards, plenty of places to roam. There are a lot of other kids here my age. I turned 13 back in October. We grew up together and would always play foursquare in the cul-de-sac or roam around from back porch to back porch in the summer. This was a good place to grow up. I'm old enough to see it. And there's only the two strange things here, the night whistling and the good luck. The whistling never bothered me much. Like I said, I couldn't even hear it from my bedroom. But Mom and Dad don't like talking about it, so I've stopped asking questions. My dad is a strong guy, tall and calm. He has an accent since he moved to the U.S. as a kid. His family, my grandparents, they're from the islands. That's what they call it. My dad, the only time he isn't so calm is if the whistler comes up. He talks a little quicker then, eyes move faster, and he tells us not to think about it so much, and to always remember the one rule, the big rule. Don't try to look outside when the whistler goes past. Not that we could look even if we wanted. See, there are shutters on the inside of every window, thick pieces of heavy canvas that pull down from the top and latch to the bottom of the window frame. Each latch even has a small lock, about the size of what you'd find on a diary. My dad locks those shutters every night before we all go to bed and keeps the key in his room. My mom, I don't know what she thinks about the whistling. I've seen her out in the living room before at 3:03 when the sound starts. I could see her if I cracked my door open just an inch to peek. She's not out there often. At least I haven't caught her much. But once or twice a month, I think she sits out there on our big red couch, just listening. The whistler has the same tune every night. It's cheerful. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Remember how I said there are two odd things about where I live? Well, besides our night whistler, everyone in my neighborhood is really lucky. It's hard to explain, and Dad doesn't like us talking about this part much either. But good things just seem to happen to people around here a lot. Usually, it's small things, winning a radio contest, or getting an unexpected promotion at work, or finding some arrowheads buried in the yard, you know, the authentic kind. The weather is pretty good, and there's no crime, and everybody's gardens bloom extra bright in the fall. A million little blessings, I've heard my mom say about living here. But the main reason we stay here, why we moved here in the first place, is my sister Nola. She was born very sick, something with her lungs. We couldn't even bring her home when she was born, only visit her in the hospital. She was so small, I remember. Small even compared to the other babies. A machine had to breathe for her. We moved into our house here to be closer to the hospital. As soon as we moved here, Nola started getting better. The doctors couldn't figure it out. They chalked it up to whatever they were doing, but we all could tell they were confused. But my parents knew, even I knew, Nola getting better was just another of the million little blessings we got for living in our neighborhood. So that's why we stayed even after we found out that for every small miracle that happens here every day now and then, some bad things happen. But they only happen if you look for the whistler. See, our neighborhood has a welcoming committee. They show up with macaroni casserole and a gift basket and a manila folder whenever someone new moves in. They're very friendly. 4 people showed up when we moved in 7 years ago. The committee made small talk, gave me a Snickers bar, and took turns holding Nola. It was her first week out of the hospital, so they were extra careful. Then the committee asked to speak to my parents in private, so I was sent to my room where I still managed to hear nearly every word. The welcoming committee told my parents about how nice the neighborhood was, really exceptionally, hard to explain, kind of nice. And then they told my parents about the even harder to explain whistling that happened every morning at 3:03 and ended at the tick of 3:05. The group, our new neighbors, warned my parents that the whistling was quiet, would never harm or hurt us, as long as we didn't look for what was making the sound. This part they stressed, and I pushed my ear into the door, straining to hear them. People who went looking for the whistler had their luck change, sometimes tragically. A black cloud would hang over anyone that looked. Anything that could go wrong would. The manila envelope the committee brought over contained newspaper clippings, stories about car crashes and ruined lives, public deaths and freak accidents. Not everyone dies, I heard the head of the committee tell my dad, but the life goes out of them. Even if they live, there's no light in them ever again, no presence. My mom, I could tell she wasn't taking it seriously. She kept asking if this was some prank they play on new neighbors. At one point my mom got angry, accused the committee of trying to scare us out of our new home, asked them if they were racist on account of my dad being from the islands. My dad calmed her down, told her he could tell our new neighbors were sincere, and they were just trying to help us. He explained that he grew up hearing these kinds of stories from his mom, and that he knew there were strange things that walked among us. Some of those strange things were good, and some were bad, but most were just different. After the committee left, Dad went out to the hardware store, bought the canvas blinds, the latches and the locks, and installed them on every window in the house after dinner. That first night in our new house, I crept out of my room at 3 a.m., only to find my dad awake sitting on the living room couch, holding my baby sister. My dad held up his finger in a shh motion but patted the couch next to him. I sat, and we waited. At exactly 3:03 we heard the whistling. Da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum. It came and it went, just like our neighbors said. The whistling returns each night, and we never look, and we enjoy our million little blessings every day. Nola breathes on her own, and she's grown into a strong, clever girl. My dad even joined the welcoming committee. We don't get new neighbors often. Why would anyone want to leave? But when a new family moves in, my dad and the committee bring them macaroni casserole, a gift basket, and the manila folder. I can always tell by the look on my dad's face when he comes back if the family took the committee seriously or if we'd be getting new neighbors again very soon. Not long ago, a family moved in directly next to us. The previous owner, Ms. Maddie, passed away at age 105. She'd lived a good, long life. Our new neighbors seemed like they'd fit in just fine. They believed the welcoming committee, took my dad's advice about the locking shutters since they had a young child of their own. Whatever newspaper clippings were in that manila envelope, whatever evidence, my dad never let us see. But I imagine it must have been awfully convincing since our neighbors got along with no issues for the first month. One night, when our new neighbors had to leave town, they sent their son, Holden, to stay with us. He was 12, a year under me in school. I didn't know him well before that night, but as soon as his parents dropped him off after dinner, I could tell it was going to be a bad time. "Do you know who is always out there whistling every night?" Holden asked the moment the adults left the room. The three of us were sitting in the den, some Disney movie playing idly on the television. My sister and I exchanged a glance. "We don't talk about that," I said. "I think it's that weirdo that lives in the big yellow house on the corner," Holden said. "Mr. Tolles?" my sister asked. "No way, he's really nice." Holden shrugged. "Must be a psycho killer then." Nola tensed. "We don't talk about it," I repeated. "Let's go in my room and play Nintendo." We spent the next few hours playing games, eating popcorn and then watching movies. A typical sleepover, but I could see Holden was getting antsy. After my parents had wished us a good night, locked the blinds and gone to bed, Holden stood up from his beanbag and walked over to where Nola and I were sitting on my bed. "Have you ever even tried looking?" he asked. "It's nearly time." Like most sleepovers, we'd conveniently ignored any suggestion of a bedtime. I was shocked to see he was right. It was almost 3 a.m. I sighed. "We don't..." "See, I can't even try to look because my dad locks the blinds every night and hides the key," he continued, ignoring me. "So does our dad," said Nola. "No," replied Holden. "No, he doesn't." "You saw him do it," I said, a little sharper than I meant to sound. Holden grinned. "Your dad locks the blinds. Yeah, but he doesn't hide the key. He keeps it right on his normal keychain." "So?" I asked, worried I already knew what he would say next, because I had noticed that my dad didn't bother hiding the key anymore after all of these years, because he knew we took it seriously. "So, after your dad locked up, but before your parents went to bed, I went to the bathroom, and on my way, I may have peeked into their room, and I may have seen your dad's keychain on his nightstand, and I maybe went and borrowed the key to blinds." Nola and I stared, and his grin only grew wider. "You're lying," I said. Holden shrugged. "You can check if you want. Just open your parents' door and look. You'll see his keychain right there on the nightstand." "Stay here," I told both of them. "Don't move a muscle." I hurried over to my parents' room but hesitated at the door. If Holden wasn't lying, my dad would be angry, beyond angry. I was scared thinking about it, but more scared of an open window with the whistler right outside. I opened the door, barely an inch, and looked in, but it was too dark to see. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the room. 2 steps into the dark, I froze. The whistling started, and I could hear it clearly from my parents' room. I never realized, but they must have heard the sound every night since we moved into the house. They never told us. I don't think I could have slept through it. I stood there, listening to the whistling come closer, unsure whether I should turn on a light or call out for my dad. Soft sounds from the living room brought me back to reality. "Nola!" I yelled, running out of my parents' room. Holden and Nola were standing near the front door next to a window. Holden wasn't lying. I could see him fumbling with the lock on one of the blinds. I heard a click. He did have the key. Holden let out a quick laugh. Nola stood next to him. hunched up, afraid but maybe curious. The whistling was right outside our house now. I think I made a sound, called out. I can't remember. Time felt frozen, clock hands nailed to the face. But I found myself moving. I'm not fast. I've never been athletic. Somehow, though, I covered the space between myself and Nola in a moment. My eyes were locked on her, but I heard Holden pull the blind all the way down so it could release. I heard the snap of it start to raise, and I heard the whistling just on the other side of the window. But I had my arms around Nola, and I turned us so she was facing away from the window. At the same time, I jammed my eyes shut. The blind whipped open. The whistling stopped. I felt Nola shaking in my arms. "Don't look, okay?" I told her. "Don't turn around." We were positioned so that she was facing back towards the hallway and I was facing the window. My eyes were still closed. I felt her nod into my shoulder. I reached out with the arm not holding Nola and tried to touch Holden. My hand brushed against his arm. He was shaking worse than Nola. "Holden?" I asked. Silence. I reached past him and gingerly felt for the window, eyes still sealed shut. The glass was cold against my fingertips, colder than it should have been for the time of year. I moved my hand up the window, searching for the string to the blind. The glass began to get warmer the further I reached, and there was a gentle hum feeding back into my fingertips. I tried not to think about what might be on the other side of the window. Finally, I touched the string and yanked the blinds shut. I opened my eyes. In the dim light leaking out from the kitchen, I could make out Holden, pale and small, staring at the now closed window. "Holden?" I asked again. He turned towards me and he screamed. Everything became a flurry of motion. Lights sparked to life in the hall, then the living room. My parents' footsteps thudded across the hardwood floor. I didn't turn to look back at them. My eyes were glued to Holden. He was pale, had bit his lips so hard there was a thin red line of blood running down his chin, and he'd wet himself. "What happened?" my dad asked from behind me. I managed to swivel away from Holden and look back. He looked. I'd never seen my dad scared before, but I saw it that night, in that moment. An old, ugly terror stitched on his face. A parent's fear. "Just Holden?" he mouthed to me. I nodded yes. My dad let out a breath. He looked so relieved I nearly expected him to cheer. But then he turned to Holden and my dad's face changed. I wondered if he felt bad for feeling good that Holden was the only one that looked. There was a knock at the door. We all froze. Holden whimpered. "Don't answer it," my mom said. She stood at the threshold of the hall. I'd always thought she was a skeptic and just humored my dad about the windows and the whistler. But that night we were all believers. I noticed that both of my parents held baseball bats they must have taken from their bedroom. The knock came again, a little louder this time. "Please don't open the door," Holden whispered. My dad walked over to him, hugged him close. "We won't," my dad promised, still holding his bat. "Nothing is coming in here tonight." Thud, thud, thud. This time the knocking was loud enough to rattle the door. Holden screamed again and Nola clutched her arms around my neck. My mom came over and knelt down next to us, wrapping my sister and me close. Thud, thud, thud. "Call the police," my mom whispered to my dad. The knocking instantly stopped. My dad looked over his shoulder at us. "Do you think—" He was cut off by frantic knocking that trailed off to a polite tap, tap, tap. "Police," something said from the other side of the door. The voice from outside sounded exactly like my mom. like a parrot repeating the words back to her. Police, call, the police. Tap, 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 police. My mom pulled us closer. Police, 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 police. Please stop, I heard her whisper. I don't think calling them will help, my dad said. How will we know when they're the ones at the door? The knocking came back harder than before. The door shook. Then it stopped. After a long moment, I heard the knocking again, but it was coming from our back door. We all turned together towards the back door, but the knocking immediately returned to the front door. Front to back to front. Loud, then quiet, then loud again. Suddenly, the sound was coming from both doors at once. Big, heavy blows like a sledgehammer. Then something started rapping against all of the windows in the house. Then the walls. It was like we were living inside a drum with a dozen people trying to play at once. Or we were a turtle and something was attempting to claw us out of our shell. Stop! Holden yelled. The knocking died. I won't tell, Holden said, staring at the door. I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw. Just please go away. We waited for nearly a minute. Then we heard it, a soft tap, tap, tap coming from the window Holden had looked through earlier. Holden started to cry, sobbing like a prisoner watching gallows being built outside their cell. My dad held him, brushed his hair, but never lied to him, never told him things would be okay. The tapping at the window went on for the rest of the night. We huddled together in the living room for I don't know how long. Eventually, my mom tried to take us kids into my room while my dad stayed to watch the door. But the second we moved into my bedroom, the knocking came back, so loud it was possible to ignore. I was afraid the door couldn't take it. We went back to the living room, and the knocking stopped. Only the tap, tap, tap on the window remained. None of us slept that night. The tapping stopped around 7 a.m. That's about the time the sun comes up here. We waited another 2 hours before my dad opened the blinds from one window. He made us all go back to my parents' bedroom first. I heard him open the door, then come back in. Okay, he told us. It's done. Holden's parents came back around lunchtime. My mom and dad walked Holden over to his house and they all went inside for quite a while. Nola and I watched from the window. She stuck to me the whole day, right at my side, sometimes holding my hand. When my parents came back, they looked grim, but wouldn't tell us what they said to Holden's family. It was a Sunday, so we all spent the day together, ordered pizza and watched movies. That night, everyone slept in my room, Nola and my mom in the bed with me, my dad in a chair he'd pulled over. There was no knocking that night or any night since. We didn't see much of Holden or his parents for the rest of that week, but by Thursday, there was a moving truck in their driveway. Nola and I watched them packing up the whole afternoon after school. What sticks with me most is how tired Holden and his parents looked. All three had the same pallor, grim mouths, and lightless eyes. Even from across the street, I could tell something was very wrong. Holden and his family were gone before sunset. I remember what the original welcoming committee said to my parents when we moved in. Not everyone who looks at the Whistler dies, but even those that live have the light go out of them, and the rest of their lives are full of misfortune, a million little tragedies. I think Holden's parents must have looked, either to comfort him if they didn't believe or share the burden if they did. I watch Nola some days, happy and young and alive, and I wonder if I'd been slower. If she'd looked out the window that night, would I have looked too? To comfort her? To share that burden? I'm glad I don't have to find out. We still live in that house, in that neighborhood. We still hear our whistler walking past every night. The blessings, the luck, the good things here are too good to leave, but we're careful. We don't have friends over to spend the night anymore, and my dad hides the key to the blinds very, very well. Not that I've gone looking. Some things you just don't need to look for. Her name was Emma. That's what everyone called her anyways. Sometimes they would call her M. Sometimes someone would slip up and call her Emily. She was a part of our group of girlfriends growing up in a large town. Not quite big enough to be a city, but big enough that there was still privacy between neighbors. We called ourselves the Unbreakable Six because there was me, Summer, Mel, Nina, and Jules. And there was Emma. Emma started off as a practical joke by the other girls in the 4th grade. It was probably Jules that started it. She was always playing pranks of people. In high school, she even got suspended once for going too far and had to babysit for hours to buy that girl a new cell phone. Or maybe it was Summer, who always seemed too busy with music and band to think of such an elaborate prank. Or maybe it was Mel and Nina, who were best friends and could have lived without us, always conspiring together like they were twin sisters. Either way, I bought my lunch, cold-cut sandwich and carrot sticks and a pint of orange juice. I couldn't stand milk. It would account for how short I ended up being, and walked over to our lunch table. Jewel looked excited, waving me over to them. "Lotta, look." I wasn't sure where I was supposed to be looking. "This is Emma. She moved here from Los Angeles." We lived far inland and into the boonies. Los Angeles was glitzy and glamorous and chic compared to the flat houses and half-rate high school football that was the only real source of entertainment in the area. What? "Los Angeles, dummy," Jules said, rolling her eyes. "She's not in our class. She's in Miss Lark's, but she's the same grade as us. Isn't that cool?" I still wasn't sure where I was supposed to be looking. I sat down with my tray uneasily, wondering what I was supposed to see. "Who?" Summer jabbed me in the side. "You're being rude," she hissed quietly. Summer was all about rules and manners. "Say hi to Emma." I looked around our table, from Jules to Mel to Nina to Summer and back to Jules, who was waiting impatiently. I don't know. I was weak. I wanted to fit in. I didn't get it. "Hi, Emma." They seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, like I was making everything awkward. Charlotte's weird sometimes, but her brother has a Nintendo that he lets us play sometimes. They kept on talking, chatting about whatever 4th grade girls chat about, and I ignored it. If they wanted to play that prank, then that was fine. I wasn't going to buy into it. I was always a precocious child. I knew that what they were looking for was a reaction. That's how Emma became a normal part of our lives. It was crazy. We would buy her birthday presents, and they'd disappear like they were taken. I wonder how many candle-making kits and Mancala games Jules had piling up in her closet after all these birthdays. One year, Mel even got Emma a really nice necklace, and that disappeared too. We never went to her house. I asked Nina about it when I was sure that Emma wasn't there. She gave me this scandalized look. "Lotta, don't be rude. Emma's family doesn't have that much money. She's embarrassed to let us come over. She told Mel that, who told me, and it makes sense. I mean, what she wears all the time. I mean, we still love her. We'll always love her. She's one of us. But don't rub in the fact that we can't go to her house. That's mean." After I was scolded so wholeheartedly by Nina, I didn't ask again. They were covering their bases really well, and by 7th grade, I had to accept that they were taking this prank all the way. It was weirdly comforting in a way. There was this silent friend that I never saw, but she was always around. We would leave seats open for her, and when we did the buddy system, someone always had Emma walk into the bathroom by herself. When we decided that we wanted to be lame and come up with a name for our group of friends, we decided on the Unbreakable Six, even though there were really only 5 of us. I was curious in sophomore year of high school when we were having a sleepover. Summer was at band practice late, and Emma couldn't make it. She had to work on her science project, according to Mel. So I asked Jules, the likely mastermind behind it all, if you were going to write a story about Emma, like her biography, how would you describe her, down to every detail? Jules loved stuff like that. She wanted to be a writer someday. Well, she's taller than you, which isn't hard. I threw a pillow at her that she dodged deftly. She's medium build. Jules dropped her voice to a whisper. Even though she gained a little weight recently, but we're not going to tell her, and she's still beautiful. And she has green eyes and brown hair, and she's got freckles. She hates getting her picture taken. She's nice, but quiet, and she dances really beautifully. I mean, you've seen her, right? Of course, that time a few months ago when we turned on some music and danced around together to practice dancing at homecoming, so we didn't look weird or do it wrong. We stopped after a while and oohed and awed at empty space for a while. I didn't ask any more questions. I knew that they would keep up the charade for as long as they could manage. It was in our senior year of high school that it happened. I don't know why it set me off. Not really. It was something little. Something stupid. We were hanging out in Nina's pool, even though it was still too cold to swim. Teeth chattering and goosebumps rising on our skin, we were waiting for the jacuzzi to heat up to jump in. The cold sunlight cast a long shadow, and the wine coolers we snuck earlier was making that shadow seem menacing. It was annoying for me for reasons I can't place. "Look at Emma, Lotta," Jules called. She wolf whistled and hooted, over the top like Jules always is. "Hot mama, look at that booty." I didn't know where to look, like always. Like for the past 9 years of my life, I didn't know where to look. Since the 4th grade at our lunch table, dancing in Summer's living room, homecoming, football games, at the park, in class, anywhere, I didn't know where to look, because Emma wasn't there. That's when I snapped. "F Emma," I screamed. "And F all of you. Have you been waiting for this? The moment I completely lose my F mind, well, here it is." I waved my arms around, manic and furious. Emma isn't real. Emma isn't F real. I looked at their confused faces. "Oh, you're going to keep this up? I hate you guys. You've always done this. Made me the butt of your stupid prank for almost 10 years, guys. 10 years. I slipped a little on the wet concrete, but regained my balance. "F you, I hate you so much." Tears welled in my eyes, years and years of pent-up frustration finally spilling over. Emma was some stupid prank that got out of hand, and I can't believe that none of you ever had the balls to tell me that it was a stupid prank. No, it had to keep going. You had to keep laughing behind my back. It's not fair. Summer was furious. "Lotta, don't be this way. Emma is right there and you're being a bitch. Why are you doing this? Are you mad?" Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. "Lotta, you look hot too. I mean, you look good in your bathing suit too." "Yeah, but don't take out your anger on Emma, God," Nina said, rolling her eyes. Nina walked over to the side of the pool and reached out a hand like she was rubbing someone's back. "It's okay, Emma. Lotta's just under a lot of stress right now. figuring out where she wants to go for college. "Shut up," I howled miserably. "Stop it, stop it, stop it. Emma isn't real. She's not there. How could you guys do this to me?" They were starting to look scared. They were really invested in this prank. I wondered what the end game was. When were they going to start laughing? When were they going to jump up and say, "Gotcha"? I had enough of this. If they wanted to play charades, then let's play charades. The next part was a blur. I don't remember it, not even now. But I walked over to where Emma was and I kicked at the air. I heard a scream, and I slipped on the slick, wet concrete and hit my head. There was blood everywhere. There was so much screaming, but I kept on kicking and punching and fighting until I blacked out completely. I came to a day later in the hospital. My parents were there, and so were my friends. They were pale and tired and miserable looking. My heart panged. I must have really scared them. When my parents left, Jules approached me. She took my hand. She began crying. The others stared crying too. "I'm sorry, Lotta," she wept. "I'm really sorry." It was almost frightening looking at the way my friends were. They were beside themselves in the privacy of the hospital room. I started crying too. I wasn't sure why, but I started stammering apologies too. Like if we all said, "Sorry, things could go back the way they did." "I'm sorry," I cried. Summer was the only one who didn't look like she forgave me completely. She looked at me, eyes red and cheeks pink and wobbly chinned, and said, "Are you?" I didn't have to answer. The nurse came in to change the bandages on my head. For the rest of the year, no one mentioned Emma. Emma only belonged to our tight-knit group of friends, so there was no mention of Emma. One time, a cop came to the principal's office, and Mel and Nina were quick to drag us away. After the accident, I withdrew from everyone. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't go to Summer's recital. I didn't go to Mel's birthday party. I didn't do anything. I didn't go to prom. Just stared at the ceiling, wondering what had happened. Emma was in most of my life, and now she felt like a ghost. I graduated high school and left immediately to go to a university far away in Southern California, where the weather was always perfect and the beach was a 5-minute walk away. I started to recover. I realized that I was depressed after what had happened, understanding that my best friends chose a punchline over me. Unbreakable 6? Yeah, right. I got good grades, volunteered at an animal shelter, found a boyfriend. He was so nice to me, even when I got quiet when he asked about high school. He never pushed, just held me when I had bad days and made me pancakes. It was 4 years later, when I was about to finish up college, when I ran into an old classmate from high school. Her name was Annie. She hung out with a different crowd than me and my friends. Most people did. The 6, the 5 of us, were a clique of our own, separated from everyone else. I ran into her in our apartment complex. It turns out that she was living there the whole time, and we didn't know. I wasn't necessarily friends with her, but overreacted the way you do when you see someone that you haven't seen in a long time. "It's been forever!" "Oh my God!" I went to her apartment for coffee and saw that she was packing up her things. "Moving back home for a while until I find a job? Yuck." I saw a thick book on the sofa. "Oh yeah, that's our senior yearbook." I was flipping through it when I found it in my bookshelf. I didn't bother getting a yearbook. I didn't have friends at the end of high school. But I was curious to see what I looked like back then. If I had gained or lost weight. If my skin had gotten any better. I opened up the first page and was instantly confused. "For Emma," I read aloud from the first page. It was a dedication. My mind raced. Was there someone named Emma in our year? Yeah, it's really sad what happened to her. Annie said, handing me a mug of hot coffee. I flipped through the yearbook, looking for a trace of Emma. Then I found it. My heart stopped, mouth going dry. My hands shook as I held the yearbook, looking at the photograph. It was a picture of the Unbreakable Six. We stood with our arms slung around hips and shoulders, sticking close together for the photograph. There was Summer at the end, then me, then Jules, then Mel, then Nina, then... I had never seen this girl before in my life. Never. But there she was. I can't even remember getting this picture taken. She was right there at the end. Green eyes, brown hair, muffin top, shy smile, threadbare shirt and ripped jeans, looking straight at the camera like the rest of us. She looked as normal as can be, just another teenage girl. Annie looked over my shoulder. "Oh, there you all are. What did you call yourselves again?" What happened to her? I couldn't even touch her photograph, just let my shaking finger hover over her face. Annie fell quiet. "Well, I guess you might not really remember that well after your head injury, and you just kind of faded away from everything, stopped doing much at all. But Emma disappeared, out of nowhere. The cops came by once to ask questions, but her parents were both poor and junkies, so no one really cared. Just another girl that disappeared." I left Annie and went back to my apartment, the one I shared with my boyfriend. He took one look at my face and started boiling some water for tea, grabbed a blanket to throw over my shoulders. I pulled away from him, locked myself in my room. I stared at the ceiling. I was 18 again, lost and confused. The girl's green eyes haunted me. Emma's eyes haunted me. I went on Facebook and found my old friends, my best friends, and I told them, "Please meet me back at home. It's important." I returned back to our big town little city, went to the newest Starbucks, and waited. They trickled in, one by one. Jules, small-time blogger who works at an Italian restaurant until she made it big. Summer, brown and freckled from band camp, coaching kids for their field shows. Nina, the hot librarian at their old high school. Mel, her belly swollen with her second child, wedding ring secured to her left hand by her high school sweetheart. My friends were not the same, and neither was I. I cut to the chase. I couldn't spare a moment for small talk. "What happened to Emma?" They exchanged uneasy glances. They knew this was coming. "Nothing," Jules said with finality. "Emma wasn't real." "She was just a trick," Nina said softly. "She was a prank." I figured they might pull this shit. I reached into my bag and slammed the yearbook down on the table, making our drinks rattle and one fall over, spilling tea onto the ground. No one moved to try to pick it up. They stared at the yearbook instead. "Emma was real," I finally whispered. "Emma was real. What happened to her?" "Nothing." "Cut the crap, Jules," Summer snapped. She turned to me. "Lotta, you killed Emma that day by the pool. You went nuts and kicked her and kept kicking her when you slipped and fucked up your head, and you bashed her head and she fell in the pool and it was too late to save her and we had to worry about you and..." "Summer!" Jules shrieked, swatting her in the arm. I was silent, absorbing what Summer said. Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. "Lotta, we weren't going to let you go to jail." I looked up at my friends, tears running down my cheeks. "Why?" Nina reached across the table and took my hand. She squeezed it, hard. "Because we're the Unbreakable Six. We don't break because one went crazy and another's dead." I excused myself to the restroom and wept for what seemed like hours. It couldn't have been that long. but there were angry knocks on the door from other patrons who needed the restroom. I sat there on the dirty floor, sobbing, until I had cried everything out. I came out where my friends, my best friends, were still waiting. I sat down in my seat and faced them. I want to turn myself in. There was an outcry of different responses. Summer seemed willing, ready to have me turn myself in to the police. Jules yelled out about them all getting in trouble. Mel started to cry. "You don't have to," Nina said. "You don't have to. We got rid of all the evidence. We buried her far away where no one would find her." "I want to turn myself in," I repeated firmly. "I killed her. I'll tell the cops that it was just me, that I buried her. Tell me where she is so I can tell them where I put her. None of you will get in trouble. It wasn't your fault." I thought I had finished crying. I thought I had nothing left, but I choked out what I wanted to say for so long. "I never saw her." They looked at me expectantly. "I never saw her, not even once. I thought it was just a big prank you were playing on me. I didn't want you to laugh at me. The girl in the yearbook, I had never seen her before. I just played along." Nina nodded. "I thought it was weird that you were always so cold to her, like you didn't even acknowledge her." "She really liked you," Mel said. "She thought you were so smart, that you were going to go out in the world and do amazing things. She would always talk about that." I felt as though my heart would burst. "I swear I never saw her. Something must be wrong with me, but I never saw her or heard her." I cleared my throat. "Show me where you buried her." We got into Summer's car and drove out far into a park in a different city. The park was huge and overgrown, like no one had been there to take care of it in a long, long time. I got out of the car, and left behind by a worker long ago was a rusty shovel. I took it with me. Jules led the way deep into the park, deep through the trees, until we came to a small clearing. The dirt wasn't fresh. There were no markers or indicators, but the way my friends' faces paled at the sight, I knew this was it. Emma was there, under our feet. "I gotta see her," I whispered. I dug the shovel into the ground. "I gotta see her." Mel didn't want to see anything, so she and Nina left back for the car. Jules and Summer found different tools, a hoe and a rake, and we started digging. Blisters rose and popped on my hands from the old shovel, but I kept digging as beads of sweat rolled down my neck, my back. The three of us worked together in silence, digging up our best friend. Suddenly Summer jumped back in disgust, throwing her hoe aside. Jules did the same, stepping out of the hole. We looked down. Summer gagged, covering her mouth and nose, and Jules shook her head at the sight. Me? I laughed and laughed and laughed, tears streaming down my face, laughing until it hurt as I looked down into an empty grave. The terrorizing of our substitute teacher, Mr. Mahoney. What an odd guy, I remember thinking as Mr. Mahoney shuffled into my 6th grade classroom for the first time. Crumply brown suit, crooked tie, flush face, right hand nervously shaking at his waist, and somehow he already had chalk in his hair. He stuttered out his first words to the class, and he hadn't even finished his introductory sentence before I knew he was a goner. I'd never seen a grown man look so squirrely. The principal should have adequately warned him. We were a bunch of sharks, and we smelled blood in the water. The pranks and jokes started small. Mr. Mahoney was asking for it, in a way. He was so unprepared, so utterly clueless. It was impossible not to mess with him. One activity required Mr. Mahoney to draw a clock on the chalkboard. The class counted along together as he drew the numbers on the circular clock face. 1, 2, 3, 4, louder and louder as the numbers progressed, and when we got to 12, we kept going. 13! Everyone shouted in unison. Mr. Mahoney drew 13 o'clock in white chalk. The class erupted in laughter, and Mr. Mahoney turned red in embarrassment. He sheepishly erased the 13, stuttered something incomprehensible, and his trembling hand dropped the eraser. It made a eraser-shaped chalk smudge on his pants. We laughed harder. Mr. Mahoney picked up the eraser, and he banged at his pants with his hand to remove the smudge. The problem was, he was still holding the eraser. His entire brown pant leg turned ghost white. Kids laughed so hard they fell from their chairs. That was the moment I pitied Mr. Mahoney for the first time. Only I couldn't stop laughing with the others. My two friends, Carson Starkey and Dylan Newcomb, everyone called him Nuke, were the worst offenders. They were fans of the classics at first, tacks on Mr. Mahoney's chair, turning everyone's desks backwards before Mr. Mahoney came into the classroom, stuff like that. But their pranks soon progressed. On one occasion, Mr. Mahoney asked the class for the answer to 9 multiplied by 5. Nuke raised his hand and mouthed the words, 45, but said nothing. Can't hear you, Mr. Mahoney said, walking closer. Nuke mouthed the words again, looking confused. Speak, up, pa. Please, Mr. Mahoney said, moving a foot from Nuke's face. 45! Nuke shouted into Mr. Mahoney's face. Mr. Mahoney jumped back and tripped over a desk, sprawling to the floor. The classroom laughter reached a fevered pitch, and then we saw it. A tiny blob of liquid on Mr. Mahoney's pants near the crotch. The guy had pissed himself. Mr. Mahoney stumbled to his feet and ran out of the room, but not before tripping one more time. The class was in stitches, everyone but me. I wasn't laughing this time, but I didn't come to Mr. Mahoney's defense. I didn't tell anyone to shut up and leave the poor guy alone. I just let it happen. That afternoon, Nuke, Starkey, and I were called down to the principal's office. Nuke and Starkey were the dynamic duo of classroom tomfoolery, but me being friends with them, well, I guess I was guilty by association. Mr. Mahoney sat in the corner, wrinkly brown suit and tie, chalk in hair, looking down at the ground. I detected the scent of urine in the air, and so did Nuke. He exaggeratedly plugged his nose. Mr. Mahoney's hand trembled. The principal lectured us for 10 minutes. He jabbed his finger at our chests, and he demanded we stop harassing Mr. Mahoney. There would be dire consequences if we didn't. Mr. Mahoney said nothing. Nuke shot him the stink eye the entire time. I can't believe he told on us, Nuke whispered to me as we left the principal's office. There was venom in his voice. Nuke and Starkey demanded revenge, and lots of it. They quickly devised the prank to end all pranks, the ultimate revenge on Mr. Mahoney for tattling on students. He's such a fraidy cat, Nuke sneered. I'll make him piss so hard he'll drown in his own pants. I unwillingly went along with the whole thing. Truthfully, I thought my part in the prank wasn't that big of a deal. I saw myself as the getaway driver in a bank robbery. I wasn't robbing the bank. I wasn't the one committing the crime. Sure, I was helping, but it wasn't that big of a deal. But looking back on it now, I was too weak to say no to my friends. I should have said no. But when Nuke and Starkey went over the plan, I merely nodded and said, okay. My part was easy, and Mr. Mahoney might not even know I was there. Somehow that made it okay. The prank to end all pranks occurred on a Tuesday night. Nuke called Mr. Mahoney and pretended to be Mr. Newcomb, and he demanded a teacher-parent conference at the Newcomb household. Mr. Mahoney should have known better, but he agreed to come over to the Newcomb home for a chat about Dylan's recent behavior. It was all set. Nuke's parents were gone that night. It was just me, Nuke, and Starkey. I sat in the basement next to the fuse box. Starkey sat next to me, unable to contain his giggles. I heard the doorbell ring and footsteps upstairs. The door opened, and 2 sets of footsteps walked to the family room. Nuke and Mr. Mahoney are sitting on the couch. I waited for my signal, and it came 1 minute later. A loud crash. Nuke just accidentally knocked over the lamp. I flipped the main power switch to the house. The entire home went black. More footsteps. Nuke is telling Mr. Mahoney that he'll check the fuse box. He'll be back in a second. The basement door creaked open, and footsteps echoed down the steps. Nuke is descending the basement steps. A dark figure appeared next to us. It's Nuke. "Do it, Starkey," Nuke whispered. Starkey dumped corn syrup all over the front of Nuke's shirt. Nuke stifled his laughter while Starkey slipped a rubber clown mask over his own head and picked up the silver butcher's knife. "Let's do this." Starkey huffed through the latex. Nuke stumbled upstairs first, with Starkey trailing 5 feet behind. I reluctantly followed from a short distance with a Polaroid camera, and I watched the whole thing unfold. Nuke appeared from the basement door, clutching his chest and sobbing for help. Mr. Mahoney ran over to him. "Oh, my God, Mr. Mahoney blubbered, touching the corn syrup on Nuke's shirt. The killer clown then emerged with a raised butcher's knife in his hand. Mr. Mahoney screamed and grabbed onto Nuke's shirt at the collar. It ripped off, and Mr. Mahoney fell to the floor. He backed up and trembled against the wall, still clutching the torn collar. I watched him quiver in the darkness. "Do it!" yelled Nuke. "Take his picture!" I brought up the camera to my face, but I couldn't do it. Starkey made some monster noises and inched closer to Mr. Mahoney. Our substitute teacher sobbed quietly. "Jesus Christ," said Nuke, pointing at Mr. Mahoney. "He pissed all over my floor." I looked down and saw piss emptying from the bottom of Mr. Mahoney's left pant leg. I had never felt more sorry for another human being in my whole life. It felt like we were torturing an injured puppy. "Tail the picture," Nuke insisted. I didn't do it. I just dropped the camera to the floor, and it shattered into 3 pieces. Starkey removed his mask and tossed it to Mr. Mahoney. It landed in his lap. "We're just joking around, Mr. Mahoney," Starkey said. "It's just a prank." Mr. Mahoney put one arm against the wall, braced himself, and clambered to his feet. He looked at the torn collar in one hand, the clown mask in the other, sniffled and shuffled out the front door. "He took my mask," Starkey lamented. "Let him keep the stupid thing," Nuke muttered. Mr. Mahoney wasn't at school the next day. In fact, he never came back. Nuke, Starkey, and I waited each day to be called down to the principal's office to answer for our prank, but that call never came. Our class was assigned a new substitute teacher, and life in the 6th grade marched on. 3 weeks later, a package arrived for our class. It was a stack of math homework that Mr. Mahoney had graded but had never returned to us. The sub passed back the worksheets, each meticulously marked up and graded. But Nuke's and Starkey's weren't marked up like the rest of the class. No cross-outs or corrections. Mr. Mahoney had just written the same thing on each of their essays in blazingly red ink. Nice job. I'm looking forward to seeing more of you soon. I didn't get a worksheet back. I quickly thumbed through my binder and found the worksheet, uncompleted. Never was I so happy to have forgotten to do my homework. What a load of crap, Nuke snickered. He crumpled up the sheet and tossed it on the floor. Starkey did the same. I slipped my unfinished sheet back into my binder, and I wondered what Mr. Mahoney was doing at the moment. Maybe he was sitting alone, hand shaking nervously at his side and tears running down his cheeks. Or maybe he's sharpening an axe. I shuddered, but the image didn't leave my head. I put my head down on my binder and closed my eyes. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mahoney," I whispered to no one. "I'm so sorry." For years I waited for Mr. Mahoney's revenge to come. I expected him to pounce around a dark corner on the street, or I often pictured him slipping on that clown mask and appearing at the foot of my bed with that axe that he was sharpening in my daydream. His right hand trembles like usual, but then it tightens around the wooden handle. He plunges the axe deep into my chest. I probably deserved it for what we did to him. But he never came. I grew up, graduated high school and then college. I married and got a good job. Nuke and Starkey were not so lucky. Nuke tore up both of his knees in high school, and he lost his football scholarship. Cocaine was his medicine and coping mechanism. He still went to college, but dropped out after one term. Nuke moved home and dealt drugs from his parents' basement, eventually selling to an undercover cop. He resisted arrest, fled in his car with his girlfriend, and he wrapped his car around a pole. Nuke's girlfriend flew through the windshield and died on the scene. My childhood friend now sits in jail, and the doctors say he'll never walk again. Starkey graduated college and immediately got engaged. 2 months later, his wife was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Faced with daunting medical bills, Starkey embezzled from his company and was promptly caught. Weeks later, Starkey's daughter was crushed underneath a falling entertainment unit at the family home. She lived, but she was paralyzed from the neck down. Starkey took out a massive insurance policy and threw himself off a building. I received a letter from Nuke not too long ago. He's been doing a lot of reading while in jail, books about hexes and witchcraft. He's convinced Mr. Mahoney used supernatural tactics to get his revenge upon him and Starkey. "Mahoney hexed us," Nuke wrote. "He left my house that night with a piece of my shirt and Starkey's mask. If someone has an item that belongs to you, he can use witchcraft to place a curse. That explains why you are completely fine, my life is fucked, and Starkey is dead. Just think about it." I thought about it. I thought it was bullshit. A week later, I saw Mr. Mahoney at a dive bar, miles out of town down an old country road. At least I thought it was him. He was slumped in a corner booth, half passed out, 3 sheets to the wind. He was still wearing that ratty brown suit, but he looked like he'd aged 40 years. His right hand anxiously shook on the table. I watched as the man sauntered to his feet and stumbled toward the door. It was the same stumble of an awkward, nervous substitute teacher from 20 years ago. I followed the man outside. It was a windy night. I lit up a smoke and watched curiously as the drunken man leaned against a wall and tried to light a cigarette of his own. He struggled mightily to keep his lighter ablaze in the breeze. It kept extinguishing. I approached and offered him my lighter. It lit right up. Smoke danced from the tip of the man's cigarette. We stood in silence and smoked for a few minutes. Finally, I asked, "Did you ever substitute teach in a 6th grade classroom?" The man's head froze up. His eyes looked straight ahead, never at me. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette. "Are you Mr. Mahoney?" I asked, slowly. I looked into his eyes, but the man did not look at me. He said nothing. For a moment, I doubted if it was even him. I looked away. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. I said. I walked 20 feet away when the man called out to me, Thanks for the light. I sat in my car in the parking lot just watching the man outside the bar. I thought about the past and the horrible things we did to Mr. Mahoney. I thought about Nuke and Starkey and how shitty their lives turned out to be. And then Nuke's letter popped into my head. If someone has an item that belongs to you, he can use witchcraft to place a curse. I patted my jean pockets. Just think about it. I patted the pocket of my sweatshirt. Mahoney hexed us. I patted my jean pockets again, and I finally felt it. I didn't feel it the first time. The lighter, thank God. I pulled it from my pocket, studied it for a moment to make sure it was mine, and I exhaled slowly. I smiled to myself, and I shook my head. I was being stupid. There's no such things as hexes and curses. Nuke and Starkey were the victims of horrible choices and bad luck. There's no such thing as witchcraft. I examined the lighter, and I turned it in my hand. For a moment, I wished witchcraft was real. If that man outside the bar was Mr. Mahoney, he deserved the opportunity to ruin my life. I thought about walking outside and placing the lighter in his hand, but instead I smirked and pocketed it. I was being ridiculous. The man outside the bar was stumbling around. He was chasing something down the road, a tiny cigarette butt, my cigarette butt, the one I had just smoked. The wind picked it up, and the butt blew down the dark country road. The man limped after it, hand trembling at his waist. What an odd guy. The peeking wife. My wife has been peeking at me from around corners and behind furniture. It's gone from weird to terrifying. My wife Lynn and I have been together for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal, and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing is for her. Lynn is very kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. She's always been the no-nonsense type of person. Being childish or trying to scare me is not something she'd normally do. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks. It's just not her cup of tea, and that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I'd have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee before work. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to make it to Dunkin' Donuts for my usual morning fix. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door, when I happened to notice Lynn peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes and a strand of her long, dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. I did burn the shit out of my lips. "Geez, Lynn," I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants. "You scared the shit out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight. It was really weird, and just totally out of character for her, like I said. But I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her and called her a weirdo. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her normal self. I didn't bring it up, and neither did she, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m. and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, jug of Oj in hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes and grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I screamed, I'll admit it, not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason, at that moment, I was scared. At the sound of my scream, Lynn scuttled backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her, or even yell after her. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what F had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to our bedroom, Lynn was lying on her side, asleep, or at least pretending to be. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing to be sure she really was asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed, but she didn't. I climbed into bed and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft and deep, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. "What was that about last night?" I asked, keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. "You were peeking at me again, from over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help but join her. "You creep me the F out sometimes, you know that?" I said. She giggled and set her cup on the counter and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even," she teased. We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly, just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her, but it still didn't sit right with me. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of our bed. I might not have even known she was there at all, had the trunk's old hinges not given her away. She'd had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked through. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth was she doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Lynn didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her spy game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, What the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home, and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then a few days ago, things got so much worse. Lynn left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m., I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a heart attack. Lynn was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long, dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide and red, as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted to some of you. But joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with the crazy shit anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Lynn standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond pissed at being made to feel scared in my own house and made to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? Some joke? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. What the Flynn? I snapped. This shit is getting really annoying. I waited for her to apologize or to call me a jerk, but instead I heard a faint moan, so quiet I wondered if I heard it at all, and then complete silence. Lynn, I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response, just my own heavy breathing. I swear to God, just stop it, I yelled, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before, but there was nothing, just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared, too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully I didn't. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Lynn. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and mentally prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan, louder than before, but this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door as if in slow motion and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque gaping smile I'd ever seen. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short, raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold, maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Lynn had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash in a rage, furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what happened. I told him Lynn and I had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I'd had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lynn's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams. All of Lynn's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My sore body ached from the sofa, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call Lynn at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do any more creepy shit. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal, serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her that when that familiar feeling came over me, I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass. "Lynn, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home," I shouted. "Now!" She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs. As if Lynn could hear them from her place outside, her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned to see him and his wife Rebecca hurrying down the steps. When I turned back to the window, Lynn was gone. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Rebecca about waking up to see Lynn watching me through their window. They were skeptical. Who wouldn't be? Chris and I went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal, probably, Chris guessed. And I didn't argue. He and Rebecca assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my cell off. I didn't want to face Lynn. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her, that no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her, give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that, after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife. Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home. And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy shit she pulled, like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation, but if you saw the way Lynn had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with Chris and Rebecca for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Lynn's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry because it's not my place, but is this fight something that can be mended? Rebecca asked. She'd made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know, She's like a different person, I said, choosing my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or Chris to know the full extent of the batshit craziness I had been dealing with. People change, Ben, but she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed. She said, ever the peacemaker. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her, I said. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. But how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing. Lynn loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed, she said. I don't know about that, I said. Well, she certainly seemed like it to me. I've never seen her so upset. Very much unlike the Lynn I know, Rebecca said, shaking her head sadly. It took a full minute for her words to really sink in, and when they did, I felt dread worming its way through my skin. Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Lynn? I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Rebecca nodded casually as if that fact wasn't nightmare fuel. Maybe for her, it wasn't. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work, she said, cleaning the plates from the table. I didn't see her car, though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. Beck. What did she say? Did she come inside? I asked. sweat starting to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. No, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no, just said to let you sleep. She said as she washed the dishes. That's all? She didn't say anything else? I asked. No. She looked awful though, like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got up from the table and thanked Rebecca for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double-check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Lynn to help her if I could. Hadn't I swore an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly, she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believed she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed. But I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet, anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting. But this wasn't some prank. It felt wrong. Dangerous, even. Like something sinister lurked beneath her smile. I knew as her husband I was well within my rights to have her committed. But what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Rebecca into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed, so I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. I didn't want to, believe me. Her mother, Marianne, and I were never on the best of terms. We'd never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person, and wasn't really easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only met her twice, and both times were for such short visits. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Lynn always ushered us out quickly, as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman, but I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her at all, but I had to talk to someone, and someone who knew Lynn better than I did. So I grit my teeth and did what I had to. Yes? She answered, already sounding irritated. Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk? I asked. I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it that you want to discuss, Benjamin? She said coolly, It's about Lynn. She's been acting strangely, and I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something. I was quickly interrupted. It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is that you want from me? She asked. I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. I wanted to know if you'd ever noticed any odd behavior, or possibly any mental health issues, I asked. There was a long, uncomfortable pause that I couldn't tell was because she was just thinking, or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find the humor in it. Now I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind, she said, but I cut her off before she could get rid of me. Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Lynn's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother you would be as well, I said, my frustration evident in my voice. If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me, she snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. Please, if not for me, do it for Lynn. I tried. I heard a faint, shaky intake of breath, as if she were trying to hold her steely persona together, but failing. Marianne, what's I started. Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again. Goodbye. I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. After a while, I almost gave up until I remembered her last words to me. Seek professional help. She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no, I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that, as if they were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else. Someone that she didn't, for some reason, feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation with him and Rebecca, I convinced them that Lynn truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter, how she'd hidden in the bathroom, peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just kept saying that Lynn had to be playing some kind of weird joke. Maybe for YouTube, Rebecca offered, if only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets like he was going on a stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. "What do you guys use to clean the floors around here, shit?" Chris mumbled. "Shut up," I said, my eyes darting around for any signs of Lynn. The house was deadly quiet and dark despite being 10 in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left it just 2 days prior, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. "Why the F are you looking under the couch?" Chris asked eventually. Aren't we looking for your wife? He was looking at me like I was a moron. Let's just go upstairs, I whispered. He shook his head, but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of Lynn and my wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass removed. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church, after saying our vows. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at Lynn's beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. I don't think she's here, Ben. Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something, Chris said. I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I came across the source of the smell and gagged. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as a quarter, while others were as tiny as a marble. I stared down at the eyes she'd collected from small animals, and I wondered how she'd gotten them, and shuddered at the thought. Man, I thought I had it bad with Becca's shoe addiction. But F me. Your wife's in here collecting eyeballs, Chris said, gagging. Ben, I think we should go, he called from the hall. I'm getting nauseous. All right. I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door on my new nightmare. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rot on my tongue and I couldn't help but gag. Who the F lines up eyeballs in their closet like that? Chris mumbled. I tried to tell you she needed help, I said. She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs a F exorcist, he said. You coming or what? I can't stand the smell any. His words died in his throat, and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me, and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. Christ, I whispered, as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making, a sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. It was unnerving to say the least. Wide eyes and that same huge smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it away. This was my wife. No matter how twisted, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her. Lynn, I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in two quick little movements, as if she were nodding. Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that? I asked. I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal. I love you, Lynn, I said softly, taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide-open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. They trembled more the closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. "Lynn, are you hurt? You're bleeding," I said. She bobbed her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come out on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then that I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. "Oh my God, Lynn, you're bleeding," I said. Instinctively, I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. "You all right in there?" Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Lynn, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore, and she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris, the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. "Are you bleeding?" Chris asked. The moment the words left his mouth, Lynn started fast scooting out from under the bed, the glass shards still in her fist. "Chris, run! Go!" I yelled. He must have been too afraid to move, because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Lynn had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus, Lynn," Chris said. You, playing hide and seek?" I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. "Move your ass, Chris," I said as quietly but firmly as I could. Lynn bobbed her head in fast, sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help and self-preservation. "I only want to help," I said, choking back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her, and then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement. Thankfully, my body took over, and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 at a time. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds up close. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she went, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard, talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word. I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with 911. I watched the rear view mirror, sure I'd see her there running after us. But I never did. I went straight to the ER and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, but of course, Lynn wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. Somehow I just knew. I dropped Chris off at home and went to a motel an hour away. I wanted to put as much distance between me and Lynn as I could. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her. Maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now I don't think so, because 40 minutes ago I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words, "I found you," and a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm being watched. How to summon the Butter Street hitchhiker. There's an urban legend in my hometown about a hitchhiker on Butter Street that will appear if you follow a series of instructions. Once summoned, you drive him to his destination, and if you play the game right, he will answer an unknowable question for you. If you play it wrong, well, just don't play it wrong. There's an old gravel pit at the end of Butter Street. The water there is the deepest blue. It's almost like staring into the ocean. That's how deep it is. More than one car over the years has been dredged up from the depths there. Officially, these drivers all fell asleep at the wheel. But unofficially, the deaths from cars careening off the road into the gravel pit during the wee hours of the night only add more veracity to the urban legend. They were the poor souls who broke the hitchhiker's rules. So far, no one has pinpointed the origin of the legend. I've reached out to the local historical society and searched through newspaper archives in the local library and haven't found any mentions of the hitchhiker. It's a modern piece of folklore passed around coffee shops and diners in the early morning hours until it eventually made its way to high school cafeterias. It wasn't until someone posted about the hitchhiker on a local Facebook group that people began sharing their experiences and the rules of how to summon him. But as more people shared their experiences, the details about the hitchhiker varied from person to person. His clothes have switched up over the years, growing more modern. His speech doesn't reflect any particular time period either. No mannerisms or 23 skidoo phrases to help date him. Sometimes he's in his late teens, sometimes he's much older. Even with these differences, everyone who claimed to have summoned the hitchhiker swears that he was real. The only common thread in all of the stories of the hitchhiker is that he's always wet when he enters the car, followed by what were always his first words to the driver. "It's a bad night for rain." To which you reply, "Is there ever a good night?" He laughs, and that's when you know you're playing the game. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I should go back to how I got him in the car. The game starts by turning your car on exactly at midnight. Where doesn't matter, only when. And once the car is on, you can't get out, nor can you let anyone else in. Just you, in your car, at midnight. What comes next is a lot of waiting, because you have to be at the pickup point on Butter Street at exactly 3 a.m. That's right, 3 hours in the car. Those are the rules. With 3 hours to kill, a lot of people show up early and just cruise the road so they can time getting to the pickup spot at exactly 3 a.m. But as the urban legend has grown in popularity, the local police will pull you over if they see your car circle back down Butter Street more than once. The local cops all know the rules, so if they pull you over, they'll have you turn off your car and get out of the vehicle, thus ending the game. On the night I decided to summon him, I filled up my car at the gas station at 11:45, then went in and took advantage of the facilities to ensure I wouldn't need to make any pit stops before 3 a.m. Then I waited in the parking lot until it was exactly midnight and started up my car. I should add that it doesn't matter what type of car you drive, but a 4-door car is preferred over a 2-door or a pickup. You don't want to look directly at the hitchhiker, not until the end of the trip. That's much easier to do if he's sitting in the back seat versus sitting beside you. I drove in a big loop around the county until it was time to head to the pickup, avoiding any of the known police traps to keep from having to try again another night. I kept my maps program running on my phone so I knew exactly what time I had to make my way to Butter Street. I can't imagine how difficult it was to be an urban legend hunter before real-time GPS maps. Side note, you can play with the radio on or off. It has no impact on the hitchhiker. Radio on is preferred if you choose not to engage him. He can get quite loud and belligerent if you won't talk to him. I pulled up to the pickup spot, stopped the car, and then followed the summoning instructions. The rules posted online had small variations, but attempts that contained the following actions had the highest rate of success. Leave the car on and in drive, but engage the emergency brake. Turn off everything but the car: lights, air conditioning, radio, phone. Unlock the car doors 3 times. Roll down all the windows. Press the brake pedal 3 times. Turn the headlights back on. Wait 3 minutes. If he's not there by 3:03 a.m., then you did something wrong. With the lights off, I noticed a fog rolling in. Whether it was part of the ritual or not, I don't know, but it added a creepy aesthetic to waiting on a dark road at 3 a.m. for a ghostly hitchhiker. Other than the idling of my Subaru, the road was still and quiet. I had even shallowed my breathing so I could listen for footsteps, giggling teenagers, other cars, but there was nothing. I never even heard the car door open. I only heard it shut. "It's a bad night for rain," a voice said from the back seat. I felt every hair on my body stand up as a chill ran up the back of my neck. Over my stuttered breathing, I could hear the steady drip of water from his pant leg hitting his shoe. I didn't turn around, but I stole a peek in the rearview mirror. He wasn't a big guy, maybe my height. He was dressed in a white Dr. Dre The Chronic t-shirt, a red windbreaker, and what looked like dark denim jeans. The rules said the mirror was fine as long as you didn't turn the lights on in the car. But never look him directly in the face, not until he's out of the car and ready to answer your question. I gathered up my courage to reply back, but the words stuck in my throat. I cleared and tried again. "Is there ever a good night?" A pause as I stared back in the mirror at the shape in my back seat. I held my breath, waiting. Then, after what felt like ages, I saw his hand slap against his wet knee as he laughed. I let out the breath I was holding as I disengaged the parking brake. "Hold up, put your wipers on, champ," he said. "With all that rain, you won't see the road." This was a scripted reply, part of the game. "Right, sorry." Also a scripted response. Despite his insistence on the rain, it was bone dry outside. Per the rules, I turned on my windshield wipers, setting them to their fastest setting. He settled back against the seat, laying his arm across the back window. "Mind if I turn on the radio?" I asked. This wasn't part of the game, but I figured it was best to ask and be polite. "It's your ride," he said. His voice was a smooth baritone. "One request, no country, please." "Sure thing," I answered. I put on a local top 40 station. I pulled back onto the road just as the clock hit 3:03. I stole looks in the rearview mirror as often as I felt comfortable while still keeping the car on the road. Luckily, this part of Butter Street was pretty straight, and not a lot of traffic. From his voice and the hand tapping against the wet knee in the back seat, I could tell he was a black man, maybe mid-20s, and dressed like he came straight from 1996. Nothing like any of the descriptions I read on the Facebook post about the hitchhiker. "Where you headed?" I asked. This was a scripted part of the game. "I'm headed to see my girl. I worked the late shift tonight. Thought I'd pop in to surprise her." His response to this question was always different. That, coupled with the fact that the appearance of the hitchhiker seemed to shift, led many to believe that it's not the same spirit every time. I pulled up at the stop sign at the end of Butter Street. "Yeah, you want to make a right here," he said. I followed his orders, turning right. Other than following them, the destination and directions were irrelevant. The ride goes until 3:33 a.m. when he tells you to pull over. "So what's your story, man?" he asked. A scripted prompt, but how you reply was completely up to you. Some have ignored talking to him altogether, which apparently is not recommended. Some have shared a little out of politeness. Others have talked right up until drop-off time, filling the air with their own words. The more you talk to him, the more he talks back. It doesn't impact the game, it just makes the journey a little more interesting. Even though I'm driving a ghost, his voice is disarming, making him easy to talk to. I have a day job that pays the bills, just boring office stuff, but in my spare time I like to explore urban legends and haunted places. Go out looking for proof of life after death. "Ah, for real? Damn, that sounds spooky as hell." Unscripted reply. He leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. In the rearview mirror, I could see the sleeves of his windbreaker were shredded. "What's the scariest thing you've seen? Take a right up here." Unscripted. I wanted to say, "Besides this?" but I held my tongue. All indications from everyone who has played the hitchhiker's game say that he was unaware of his situation. He's just a passenger getting a ride to his destination. Attempts to get him to recognize his ghostly predicament do not go well, so I do not advise bringing it to his attention. I took the next right as I continued my story. About 2 years ago, I was on an overnight ghost hunt at the Ohio State Reformatory. It's an old prison up in Mansfield, where they filmed Shawshank Redemption, I said. I figured if he was from the 90s, he might remember the movie. So there's a group of 6 of us on the tour, and we're over in the administration wing, and I felt this hand press into my back, like it was guiding me forward. Oh, hell no. My ass would be gone up out of there. I ain't even playing. Unscripted response. It's about this time that I realized that all of the street lights were off. Not just the lights on the streets. Everything was dark. Granted, it was the middle of the night, but we drove past a Taco Bell that was open 20 minutes ago when I passed by on my way to Butter Street. Now it was completely dark. Not a single car in the parking lot. That's the second thing I noticed. No cars. We've driven 15 minutes without passing a single car. Not only were there no cars on the road, there weren't any cars in any driveways or parking lots. As we rolled by a Ford dealership, the entire lot was empty. It's like we'd stepped completely out of reality into a different one. So what did you do? Unscripted. I've got his interest, apparently. I continued the story. I turn and look, and no one is behind me, but I can smell rose-scented perfume. Apparently one of the ghosts there is the wife of the warden. She was killed when the warden's gun went off by accident. It fell out of the closet, went off, and shot her in the lung. That is crazy, man. But I can feel why she might be hanging around still, you know what I'm saying? Like she's got some unfinished business and shit because her life was cut short like that. We rode in silence for a bit. I don't know for how long. I tried looking back at him in the mirror, but he hung to the shadows. Then I felt his cold breath against my neck, sending shivers up my spine. "Could you imagine what that's like?" he said, unscripted. "What do you mean?" I replied, also unscripted. "Having your life cut short like that due to the careless act of another human being? That's pretty messed up." Unscripted. My heart thudded against my chest. Did I mess up? Did I not follow the rules? Did he... He laughed and sat back in his seat. "I'm just playing, man. You need to relax." I felt his hands gripping my shoulders, giving them a little rub. They were cold as ice. He patted my shoulder and sat back. I felt a trickle of water go down my back from the cold, wet spots on my shoulder where he grabbed me. "Oh, this right, coming up." He leaned forward, pointing at the road. His skin was ashy and his thumbnail was split to the nail bed. The smell of wet loam wafted into the front of the cabin. I made the turn. I peeked at the clock on my dashboard and saw it was 3:29, only 4 minutes to go. "You got any family?" he asked. Scripted. I felt my heart leave my throat and drop back into my chest. We were back on script. "I used to. Just me now." "That's tough, I know. Before my girl, I was all alone. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have her. Life would be just empty." Unscripted. A quiet stillness followed, like he was hit by a pang of remorse. For a moment it was so quiet I wasn't sure if he was still back there, but then I felt his wet, cold hand clap me on my shoulder. "But don't worry, man. You seem like an okay dude going out of your way to help a young man like myself on a rainy night like this. I'm sure you'll find someone. Just takes time." Unscripted. We rode in silence as I stole glances down at the clock on the dash. As soon as the time flipped to 3:33 a.m., I heard his weight shift as he leaned forward. "Oh, this is me up here." He pointed to a spot up the road. There was nothing there, no house or driveway, not even a place to pull off. I pulled the car onto the shoulder and eased to a stop. Just like when picking him up, I turned off the lights, radio, and engaged the parking brake, leaving the car in drive. You don't have to bother with the locking and unlocking 3 times, or the business with the brake pedal. Just unlock. Also, and this was very important, don't watch him get out. Don't look at him in the rearview mirror. Don't do anything but look down at your hands on the steering wheel. Keep them on the wheel, 10 and 2. And wait. This time I heard the car door open and slam shut. I could also hear the sound of his shoes against the gravel as he walked around the front of the car to the driver's side. I wanted to look up, but I managed to fight the urge by counting the seams on the steering wheel. "Thanks for the ride. Do you have a question for me?" he asked. Scripted. It was still his voice, but unlike our previous conversation, it was completely devoid of personality or emotion. Once you completed the ride, you were allowed to ask him a question. It has to be something personal but unknowable. You can't ask for lottery numbers or things like that. People have supposedly asked about locations of lost heirlooms, the exact date and time of their death, the fate of long-lost relatives, all sorts of personal questions they'd have no other way of knowing. For the second time that night, the words failed to leave my throat. I took a deep breath and swallowed. "Is she at peace?" I asked. Then without thinking, I added, "Does she blame me?" My words were barely above a whisper, but I knew he heard me. "After you ask, then and only then are you allowed to look directly at him." So I did. I felt all the color drain from my face as I looked up. The hitchhiker had no face at all. only two shiny black spots where his eyes should be. He had no mouth, no nose, nothing else. Just two quarter-size black pools of what looked like liquid ink where his eyes should be, and they reflected every star in the sky. I couldn't look away from those eyes, even though I very much wanted to. "That's two questions, my friend," he replied, unscripted. My heart jumped back into my throat. I broke the rules. I messed up. I asked two questions. I was paralyzed, staring up into his face. I sat looking up at him for what felt like hours. I pulled back a little as his hands moved up to the sides of his face, just under his ears. I thought for a moment he might rip off his false face and reveal another, more terrifying one. He didn't remove his face. Instead, he pulled his hoodie up over his head, returning his empty face to the shadows. "But since you were kind enough to save me from walking all this way in the rain, I'll answer you." Unscripted. Before I could exhale a sigh of relief, he gripped the door frame and leaned down so I was staring directly into his empty eyes. "She's not at peace, and she does blame you." Even with the hood up, I could still see every last star in the night sky in those inky black pools. I can't fully capture what I saw in them. It was like staring at both vast infiniteness and vast nothingness. They held everything and nothing at the same time. His eyes, they were like staring into eternity. As he stood up from the window, I let out the breath I was holding. My hands shook as I pulled them off the steering wheel. "Drive safe." Scripted reply. The last thing he says before he leaves. He walked away behind the car. You can watch him walk in the rearview mirror, but don't turn around or get out or try to follow him. I watched until he disappeared into the darkness and waited until I could no longer hear his footsteps against the gravel. When I turned on my headlights, I realized I was back on Butter Street, parked on the side of the road next to the drop-off for the gravel pit. This was always where you ended up after the hitchhiker leaves. All I had to do was release the parking brake and the car would roll towards the drop-off, gaining speed until it launched off the cliff into the deep blue water waiting below. I don't know how long I sat there with my hand on the parking brake release, contemplating his answer to my question. But then, I saw them. Headlights. A car was coming up the road towards me. The cars were back, as were the streetlights and house lights. I was back from wherever the hitchhiker took me. I locked eyes with the driver as they drove by, having one of those weird moments where time seems to slow down. It was enough to jolt me back to reality. I released the parking brake and aimed my car back onto the road. I got home a little after 5 a.m. I tried to sleep but was too worked up from my adventure, so I called in sick. I laid in bed all day, thinking about the hitchhiker, his words, and all those cars that end up in the gravel pit on Butter Street. Maybe those cars aren't from people who played the game wrong. Maybe they all played it right, but couldn't handle his response to their question. It's been 3 days since I picked up the hitchhiker. I can still smell the wet loam in my car, and his muddy footprints in the floorboard of the back seat are still there. As I write this, I look up from my monitor and look at the photo of my Abigail, taken 2 weeks before she died. She's beautiful, smiling, and happy. She's not at peace, and she does blame you. It's my favorite photo of her. I think I'll take it with me when I take a drive later tonight. I'm going back to see the hitchhiker. I have a hunch, and I don't know if it's relevant, but I feel it's important to share with anyone reading this that I'm wearing a gray Adidas hoodie and jeans. If somebody out there reading this picks up the hitchhiker later on and sees something similar and get in their back seat, well, then I guess we've solved part of the mystery. If you do pick up the hitchhiker, I hope you get the answer you're searching for, As I look outside, the skies are cloudy, but I hope the weather holds up for a drive later. It's a bad night for rain. My wife has a removable face. I've never glimpsed what lies beneath it, but my best friend has. Samantha told me about it on our third date. We were watching a movie on her couch when I made my move to kiss her. She whipped her hand in front of my face and blocked me. "There's something you need to know," she said. I braced myself. Here it comes. I'm not ready for a relationship. Nothing to do with you, of course. It was the absolute last thing that I wanted to hear, because I was already crazy about her. "Okay," I said. "I have a removable face." That's a new one. "You have a what now?" I was about to laugh, but she was wearing a deadly serious expression. "I have a removable face." Is that like a metaphor or something? No, my face is literally removable. Look, closely. She lifted her chin and traced her jawline with a finger. You can see the seam. After admiring how beautiful her neck was for a dizzying moment, I leaned in for an inspection. It was very hard to see, but it did look like there was a slightly unnatural transition there from her face to her throat. I grew dizzier as a dozen questions rushed into my brain. "Don't bother asking why or how or anything like that," said Samantha. "I can't tell you that. If that's going to be a problem, you should leave now. I'm letting you know this because I like you and I want to take the next step, but this is non-negotiable." "Okay," I said, unsure of what was happening. "Not a problem. So what? You have a removable face. Who cares? It looks good." "There's something else. Once a day, usually in the evening, I have to remove the face and disinfect the inside of it. If I don't, it will rot. This takes about an hour, give or take, depending on how my day went. During this time, you must never ever look at my real face. Never. Do you understand?" Yes. Got it. Don't ask about it. Don't look at your real face." Samantha stood up. "Now, I'm going to go into the bathroom and clean my face. That will give you plenty of time to think about what I've told you. If you're here when I'm done, that's great. I would like that. But if you're gone, I'll understand." She turned and walked into her bedroom. I sat in stunned silence as I heard the bathroom door close. I gave the thing some serious thought. It was possible that it was a joke of some kind. It was possible that it was a delusion. Was it possible that it was true? Well, it was certainly possible to transform an actor's face with movie makeup, so I supposed it was possible that Samantha wore a removable face every day. Maybe she had had a horrible accident where her flesh had been mangled. Maybe her face had been melted by acid or burned by fire, or the skin shorn off by heavy machinery. If it had, I would never know, because she would never tell me, and I would never see it. I pictured a face of raw, naked muscle rotting away. Could I kiss her, if that was what I was kissing? But wasn't that what we all were, under the skin? Just muscle and bone and blood and squishy organs. I paced around the living room, running my hand through my hair. I liked Samantha a lot. She was smart and funny and beautiful. But was that beauty real? Did it count? Did it matter if it was real or not? Was I being superficial, even worrying about it? When she came out of the bathroom, I was still there. I looked at her face. She smiled, and I was in love. We dated. We moved in together. We decided to get married. For the most part, it was a completely normal relationship, typical of two young people in love, building a life together. During the day, it was easy to forget about the face altogether. It looked natural enough, and only in certain positions, in certain lights, Was there ever any indication that it wasn't natural? But every night was the same. Samantha would close herself in the bathroom, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2, and clean the inside of her face. The curiosity never left me. I would sit there and wonder what was under that face. I came so close to barging in on her a few times, but I never did. I did occasionally ask her about it. About what, if anything, had happened. About how it was possible to make the removable face look so real. About what it really looked like underneath. I tried to coax her into showing me, assuring her that I loved her no matter what, and didn't give a damn what her real face looked like. I was just curious, that's all. She never showed me or told me the story behind it. She didn't get upset at me, unless I was really badgering her. She'd just shrug and say, "You know you can't see it. You know I can't tell you about it." I never told anybody about Samantha's removable face. It's not that she asked me not to. I just didn't think it was anybody's business. Except once, I did tell somebody. It was during my bachelor's party. We had rented several cabins in Big Sur and spent the night drinking and packing our noses with powders that we shouldn't have been packing our noses with. Everyone else had passed out and the sun was creeping up behind us as I stood on the majestic cliffs with my friend Chris, looking down on the Pacific waves crashing against the rocks. Chris was my best friend, as close to a brother as I'd known. We'd grown up together and visited each other at college often, and spent the summers together. After college, we'd moved to different cities, but we stayed in close contact. Standing there on the cliffs, I told Chris about Samantha's removable face. At first, he thought I was joking. Then he had 1,000 questions, most of which I couldn't answer. "What's underneath?" "I don't know, man. I don't know." "Doesn't that drive you crazy, not knowing?" I shrugged. "Lots of stuff I don't know. Don't know how to do calculus, and I don't know what happens when we die." "But dude, she's about to be your wife, and you don't even know what she looks like. I mean, I'd have to take a look. Like, you could set a camera up in the bathroom. That's where she does it, right? Set up a camera and have a look, and then you'll know." I sighed. "Yeah, it drives me crazy. I've asked her 1,000,000 times, but she told me I could never look. Gotta respect that, man, even if I don't like it. That's love." Chris laughed. "You telling me to respect a woman? Up is down now." Then we fell back into talking about old times as a new day dawned. Chris was in town for business last week and planned on spending the weekend at our house. The conversation at Big Sur had happened 4 years ago, and we hadn't spoken about Samantha's removable face since, despite keeping in close contact and seeing each other, as often as two people transforming into adults in different parts of the country can. It happened on Saturday evening. We were lounging lazily in the backyard deep into the beer, having just finished with some grilled steaks, when I got a text from work. "God damn it," I groaned. "I have to make a work call." "Seriously?" said Samantha, raising an artificial eyebrow. "On a Saturday night?" "My biggest client, baby. Sorry." "It is what it is, I guess," said my wife. "I'm going to head inside and get cleaned up. Chris, are you okay just hanging out for a bit?" Chris smiled. "I'll be fine. Got my beer, got some weeds to pull in your garden. God knows your lazy-ass husband isn't going to do it. Those tomatoes are choking to death. It's a tragedy." I rolled my eyes and went into the side yard to make my call. 15 minutes into it, I heard the screams coming from inside. Both my best friend and my wife were wailing in terror. I dropped the phone and ran into the house and down the hall to our bedroom. Through the open door, I could see that the door to the master bathroom was also standing open. "Don't come in," screamed Samantha. "I don't have my face on. Call an ambulance. He looked. Oh God, he looked." She sounded desperate and truly horrified. That made me desperate and horrified, and I wanted to rush into the bathroom, but I knew suddenly that that would be a mistake. I knew suddenly that Samantha didn't want me to look at her real face, not out of a sense of vanity, but for my own safety. Chris staggered backwards out of the bathroom. He was holding a straightened-out paperclip, which he had used to pick the privacy lock. Now he was stabbing it again and again into his eyes, shouting gibberish. He was clearly in the depths of madness, and it turned my stomach to see him mutilate himself. "Call an ambulance," my wife screamed. "Don't come in here. He looked." I turned and ran back to the side yard where my phone was lying in the newly mowed grass. My client was still on the line, alarmed, asking what was happening, what all the screaming was. I hung up on him and called 911. When the paramedics arrived, Chris was having a seizure in the hallway. Samantha was stroking his head, sobbing. Her face was on, but it had been done hastily, and everything looked a little off. My world has been dark this past week. My best friend is in a psychiatric hospital under suicide watch. He's completely blind and mostly catatonic, except when he slips into a violent, babbling mania. The doctors are optimistic that his state is temporary, but they don't know the truth about what caused it, because I told the paramedics that Chris had taken a large dose of psychedelic mushrooms and fallen into psychosis. I saw no good reason to tell the truth about what had happened. Who would believe that one look at my wife's real face would make somebody insane? At best, we would be the subjects of a long investigation. At worst, we would have to prove that what we were saying was true by showing somebody Samantha's face. Then the same thing would happen again, and what after that? I had no idea, and no interest in finding out. For Samantha's part, I knew that she would never consent to show anybody her real face, no matter what the consequences of refusal were. I did get a follow-up call from the police, asking me to confirm my story. The hospital found no traces of psilocybin in Chris's blood, though that's not unheard of, since it has a short half-life. If they end up testing his hair, I will likely be in a lot of trouble. But that's truly the least of my concerns. Samantha is in a state of her own. She still cleans the inside of her face, though not as regularly, and when she puts it back on, it's always crooked now. It is beginning to smell a little bit. I've tried to assure her that it wasn't her fault. "He knew," I said. "I told him that nobody was ever allowed to look at it. He knew, and then he broke into the bathroom. This is not on you, baby. Please, talk to me." Not on me? That one look at my face makes people insane? Please, I just need some time alone. As for me, I am doing my best to hold it together. Do you know what's strange, though? Despite what happened to Chris, I still find myself curious about what my wife's real face looks like. More curious than ever, really.